explain. All right, thanks for that. We'll try to explain and also share ideas on the next years, what we aim to achieve, and also what we should expect within the tech ecosystem. Because a lot of people want to get into the space, but then they don't know how to even start. And that's why we're here. We're here to talk about the career path that would grow in the next 5 to 10 years, so you still stay relevant on the specific career path that you choose for yourself. Okay, but just before we commence, I'd love to know where you're joining us from. So just type it into the chat. I'm joining from Lagos, Nigeria. I'm joining from Manchester in the UK, joining from Edmonton in Canada, Alberta. Just type in where you're joining from. From Ghana, UK, Northampton, UK, Kwara State. Absolutely fantastic. Accra, Ghana, Dubai, Morocco. Interesting. Fantastic. Ontario, Oluwatosin, you're welcome to the call. Okay. Brilliant. So I'm joining from the UK myself, as well as a Femena, and Isosa is joining us from Lagos, from Nigeria, Benin, Nigeria. Okay, Washington, DC. That's interesting. So I want to also know if this is your first time in a Teralytics session, just type in a 1 in the chat. If this is your first time in a Teralytics session, just type in a 1. Brilliant. So we have a lot of new people. That's absolutely fantastic. We're going to have an amazing time today. All right. All I'll need you to do is give us the next 2 hours, and would walk you through the nitty-gritty from point A to point B on what you need to do if you want to get a job, get either a remote job depending on where you are, or get a job across the globe in the UK, in Canada, Dubai, just like some of you have said you are joining us from. Okay, absolutely phenomenal. We have quite a number of people joining from several locations, and also joining us for the very first time. All right, so I'll dive into the session, and then I'll do a bit of introduction about myself, about Teralytics, who we are, what we do, and then Femena would also come in to chip in as well. Okay, so I'll just share my slide, and then we'll get right into the main meat of our session for today. Okay, so let's get started. Now, the reason why we are here is very simple. We want to know how to get in-demand jobs, in-demand tech jobs. There are so many jobs available. There are so many areas within the tech ecosystem, but the question is, how do I get the jobs that are in demand so that I stay relevant over the next 2 to 3 years, the next 5 years, the next 10 years, and I can rest assured that my skills would always be relevant across different industries across the globe as well. But let's first of all understand who is Teralytics and what are we all about. All right, Teralytics is an educational technology company, and the focus for us is to help as many Africans, people of the Black community, both in Africa and in the diaspora, to get into the tech ecosystem. And the way we are doing this is very simple. We are lowering the entry barrier into tech by providing premium tech education to these different individuals. And apart from providing the education, we're also providing amazing internship opportunities so that you're not just learning, but you're also getting the experience that you need to dive into the space. And we offer these programs across different areas within the data ecosystem and beyond, from data engineering to data analytics, business analysis, cybersecurity, AI, and so on and so forth. And we'll be walking you through all the different career paths today. And of course, you can also follow us across all our social media. We are Teralytics across Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, across all channels. All right. So follow us and let's have an amazing time together. But first of all, let's introduce ourselves. Of course, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, I'm sure you'd also like to know who is speaking with you. And then Femena would also come in to introduce himself. My name is Adeza Suleiman, the founder of Teralytics. I'm a data analytics expert, also worked as a data science consultant in the UK, in the US, and for so many other organizations in Nigeria. I've worked as a data analyst as well with one of the largest energy conglomerates in sub-Saharan Africa. And I've also worked as a data analytics consultant. I've worked in 5 different sectors. And my goal, my mission as a data analyst has always been to help organizations make sense of the data that they have. And the mission has also been carried forward into Teralytics, where the goal is to ensure that we bring in as many Africans, people of the Black community, into the tech ecosystem. A lot of people always think it's so difficult to do, but it will demystify so many things, so many misconceptions, and answer so many questions that you'd also have. I've worked across financial services, educational technology, automobile, energy, the energy sector, and so on and so forth. And along the line, I'll be sharing my experience as we go on. All right. But I would like Ifemena to just come in and introduce himself before I go on with our session for today. So Ife, over to you.
All right, fantastic. I'm excited to be here. And I'm sure everyone is also excited to be here. So my name is Ifemena Ipro. I am the co-founder of Teralytics, and I like to tell most people that are getting started. So if you're this professional that you're trying to get started, I also have been in your shoes. We have been in your shoes, myself and Adeza. All right. So we started our careers as management consultants, so nothing tech related. I studied economics, Adeza studied industrial chemistry. All right. So we are coming from a non-technical background. Okay. We transitioned into the tech space. So if you're this professional that you're looking to transition, you're honestly in the right place, because we also, and that's really what gave birth to Teralytics. The difficulties that we faced when we're trying to transition from that consulting space of life, where that non-technical space into the technical space. Right. So, after transitioning, I would say I've been privileged to work across quite a number of international firms. I've worked with some of the biggest firms in Europe, in the US, and also in Canada. I've worked as a data analyst, data scientist, data engineer, power platform engineer. I've led several initiative data projects across quite a number of Fortune 500 organizations across the world. And you see, with this particular experience, it makes it easy for me to demystify certain concept, data, business analysis, or any other data engineering concept into the basic level for anybody to understand. All right. So, but one key thing I like to tell most people that are trying to get started is very simple. Okay. We started at one point. The key thing is for you to start. All right. You'll start next year. You'll start next tomorrow. You'll start next week. You'll start in 2 years' time. Just start. So that's a bit about myself. Like I said, I have close to a decade experience. Okay. Working across different roles within the tech space, majorly centered around the data and AI aspect of the world itself, of the space itself. So you can connect with me on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. Okay, and I'll be happy to, answer some of your questions. But meanwhile, just listen to the session. This is going to be an exciting time, and I'm going to be coming back in to discuss further with you. So I'm going to hand over back to Adeza, and let's fire on. Okay, cheers, guys.
All right. Thanks very much for that, Ife. So Ifemena would come back. I'll take the first half of today's session, and then Ifemena would come back to wrap it up. Okay, so you have an amazing resource person in Ifemena. He's going to come to demystify so many areas for you, but I'll take the very first part of our session today. My advice to you is, as much as you can, avoid all the distractions. Okay, find somewhere quiet, have your computer. If you're watching with your phone, stay somewhere quiet, have your notepad and take notes, and ensure that you would have a Q&A before we wrap up today's session. All right. Everybody, if Femina mentioned something very critical, everybody starts from ground zero. Okay. We all start from zero in terms of all these tech skills, understanding within the tech space. You don't give birth to somebody with the understanding of data analytics or data science. We all learn it. And we are here to show you how you can also get into the space as well, irrespective of where you are. So our session would center around 4 key areas. All right. Would first of all show you why you should get into the tech ecosystem, especially within these times, the times that we are in. 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, into the next 10 years. Why it's very crucial and important for you to get into the tech space. Where are the opportunities? All right. Tech is very broad. You have so many areas within the tech ecosystem. All right. But how do you narrow your focus? into specific areas and maximize your opportunities within those areas. I'll be showing you how to do that. And of course, the main reason why we are here, how to get started in tech. Okay, so how do you get started in tech? So that's the other area we're going to look at. And then we'll talk about our upcoming programs in January, on January 6th, 2024. And of course, we'll share some success stories with you as well. And we have an amazing discount for you before we wrap up the session today. Okay, so we're going to dive into the main meat of our session. Why choose a career in tech? Everybody asks the question. The tech buzz is everywhere. Everybody talks about tech. Oh, you need to get into tech. Where are you? I'm in the UK. I'm in the US. Are you in the tech ecosystem? And of course, there's a reason why it's becoming very important, and it's apparent that you need to get into the tech ecosystem. And part of the reasons, or before I even start to reel out some of the reasons why you choose a career in tech, I'll tell you mine. I chose a career in tech for two key reasons, okay? And I would like to hear your own reason before I show you what I have for you. The very first reason for me to get into tech was I wanted to make an impact. I wanted to be that individual who would be in an organization and be indispensable, okay? If you want to take a decision about something, I should be involved. I want to sit at the table where the key decisions are being made. That was my number one driver, all right? The second driver was what? The money. Okay, getting into tech, obviously, you get to make a lot of money. You hear things like tech is the new oil and so on and so forth. So those were my two key drivers for getting into the tech ecosystem. But I would love to hear from you. Why do you want to choose a career in tech? Just type it in the chat. It could be anything at all. Jabika is saying oil is finishing. Better jackpot now. Interesting. Excel says money. It's all about the money. Money. So why do you want to choose a career in tech? Remote opportunities, absolutely. Remote jobs, flexible time, opportunity, jobs. Of course, the number of jobs created within the space is unprecedented within the last few years. I can work from anywhere, absolutely, Ruth. Work from anywhere, escaping from job extinction, okay, where you find yourself. And I'll show you a little bit of that today. You can work from anywhere, money and japa, to make more money. Relevance, absolutely. I resonate with you, Musa, on relevance, okay? Christine says money and flexible time. Sponsorship jobs, absolutely important. Sponsorship jobs as well. Integrate digital skills in my company, obviously. All right. So you've all said it all, okay? For every single comment we've seen so far, you've at some point touched on the areas I would like to mention. First of all, tech has become very, very important. Okay, it's very attractive today because of the money. Most of you have said that. All right. It's easy for you to get a job as your very first job within the space, and you're earning as high as £60,000. You're earning as high as $80,000, $90,000. Okay, your very first job within the space. So it's become very attractive, not just for new graduates or new entrants into the space, but also for career switchers. I was a management consultant, just like Efemena as well. Efemena was a management consultant, and we all decided to switch from management consulting to data analytics because we could see where the world was going. We knew it was not just the buzz, and for you to become that integral team member within an organization, you need to be at the point or wherever the decisions are being made. All right. So, of course, great work-life balance. A lot of you talked about that, remote work. Today, you want to negotiate for any job. One of the first things you put forward is, I want the opportunity to work flexible. I want to work from home. I want that flexibility embedded. I want, even if it's not 100% remote, let's have some level of hybrid. Okay, I'll come to the office maybe twice a week, and then I get to work 3 times from home. So you have that flexibility. You can manage your time, and it's absolutely phenomenal. I was discussing with one of our participants today. She's here in the UK as a business analyst, and she's currently in conversations with her job, with her manager, to say that, look, I just had a baby. My baby is about less than a year. So I would like to work more from home than coming to the office all the time, so I can take care of my kid. All right. And of course, they are considering that, to giving her that particular opportunity for her to work from home. So these are very interesting times where you have those type of opportunities. And of course, the growing number of jobs within the space, it's unprecedented. And I'll show you one of the key reports we always look at before we take decisions as an organization. Even Teralytics, we look at that report every single year. And for anybody who wants to understand how relevant your job would be in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years, it's very important that you also look at these reports. Okay, so the number of jobs growing within the tech space is unprecedented within the last few years. And this is the best time to get into the tech ecosystem because you have so many jobs. Employers are looking for people with your skills to join their organization. All right. So if you have all these jobs available, the demand is high. Why are you not applying to those jobs? Why are you focusing on jobs that would, I would say, not really, you don't really want to do those jobs, but because you have no other options, you just take up jobs like the care jobs, the warehouse jobs, and so on and so forth. Why not get jobs within the tech ecosystem? Because of the demand within the space. And of course, you don't need a tech-related degree. This is one of the major misconceptions you'd always get. And I always tell anybody that decides to listen or never have the opportunity to speak, I have a first degree in industrial chemistry, nothing related to tech, nothing absolutely related to tech. My first degree was industrial chemistry. FMNA's first degree was economics. And so many other data analysts, data scientists, business analysts I've interacted with. The best of them had nothing to do with anything tech related. So that's one of the major misconceptions I always like to dispel. Oh, I have to study computer science. I have to do this. That's absolutely not true. You can get into the space because it is a skill-based area. And all you have to do is learn the skills. And the moment you are able to learn the skills, you can easily get a job within the space. And of course, the salary is fantastic. The benefits, you've all said it. You have options of getting stock options apart from your base salaries. Major organizations, startups will not just give you your salary, they would also give you the opportunity to get a share of the company. So you have stocks and so on and so forth. And if you're lucky, the company becomes the next Uber, the next Facebook. You become, absolutely and, very rich just by simply working for that organization. And of course, you get to work at the heart of innovation. Like I said, this was my major reason of getting into tech. I had the opportunity to take data, generated by organizations, analyze the data, and show them the story of what the data says. And guess what? Everybody listens to me, the CEO, the owners of the company, the directors, because I had something to say. I had the skills to generate insights from the data. So not my own opinion or not what I think, but simply what the data was saying. All right. And if you look at the inscription on my shirt, and I think this is divine. This inscription on my shirt says, without data, you are just another person with an opinion. Okay. Without data, you are just another person with an opinion. So that person who knows how to extract insights from data becomes the most interesting person in the room, because you're not just speaking based on your opinion, but you're speaking what the data says. So that was a key driver for me. And these are the key reasons why people would like to get into tech, including yourself, including myself as well, why I got into tech. Now, looking at the demand, because you'd ask the question, oh, I've always heard about this. I've even tried to learn on my own. I've applied to jobs, but I really can't get it. Are there really jobs? Are the jobs there? Are they available? And absolutely, would look at the demand of the job, the demand of the roles within the space, and it's growing. They have been growing at an unprecedented rate. Unfortunately, you have people without the right set of skills, and you have people chasing the wrong jobs. Now, for those of you who follow the news, you follow the trends, you see what is happening in the UK, for example, with people, trying to get jobs in care. They've literally stopped, people leaving their country, coming into the UK to work as care workers anymore. So they are telling you that you leave your family back at home, come into the UK to take care of other people's family, and you can't come to the UK with your family anymore. All right. And that's simply because of the rush of different people, the rush of so many people into the care work space. And I'm not saying care is not good, or I'm not saying that you shouldn't, get into the care space and so on. However, when you have roles that will give you the opportunity to work from home, you can see a career progression. Why not take that route? That's what I always ask. When I have the opportunity to speak to these people, a lot of them don't even know that these opportunities are available, and they can also learn the skill and make that transition. I'll share a story of a lawyer who was able to make the transition. I'll share his story. He's on my slide. And when I get there, I'm sure I'll remember to speak about it a bit. Now, I'll just highlight two key statistics and we'll look at the report I talked about earlier. Now, the first statistics we want to look at is from the IMF. Okay, the IMF always releases these reports, and they simply said that by the year 2030, there'll be a global shortage of more than 85 million tech workers. More than 85 million tech workers. So you would have 85 million roles available. However, you would not have enough resources, enough human resources to fill those roles. So the question is, where are the people that would learn the skills to apply and compete for these jobs? Okay, the year 2030 is just about 6 years away. So between now and the next 6 years, incrementally, you'd have, by the year 2030, you'd have 85 million roles available with nobody to fill those roles because people are not looking at that space. That's number one that we need to look at, okay? Now, the major report we always look at every single time, and this is where you start to look at where the opportunities are, all right? Where are the opportunities? Tech is very broad, like I said. Software engineering is also tech. Mobile application development is also tech. You have cybersecurity, data analytics. There are so many areas within the tech ecosystem. Where do I need to focus my attention? All right, where are the opportunities? How do I get into the space in 2024 to get the maximum benefit at the end of the day? And that's the World Economic Forum. Okay, the World Economic Forum report. I need everybody here, by the end of today's session, go have a look at this report. I'll highlight the key areas you need to look at, and I'll show you those jobs that are going to grow, that I can almost guarantee that you learn the skills, okay? You learn the skills, you have a good CV, you have a good LinkedIn, you're going to get a job within the space. All right. It's called the Future of Jobs Report by the World Economic Forum. And they do this every year. And what they simply do is they look at the jobs that will be growing in demand and the jobs that will be declining in demand. So which jobs would grow and which jobs would decline. All right. And of course, I've kept the link in here for you to also look at the report when you get the slides at the end of today's session. But let's have a very quick, glimpse at what the report looks like, and then we come back to the slide to continue. All right, so I'm going to show you the report and we'll see what it looks like. So when you download the PDF document of the report, just go to page 30 and it brings you here. Okay, it says new jobs and lost jobs 2023 to 2027. So they have this every 5 years, they do the projection, the jobs that will grow and the jobs that will decline. I want you to focus on these areas. Now, number one job that would grow the highest or grow the most in the next 5 years, AI and machine learning specialist. Okay, take note of this. business intelligence analyst. All right. Sorry, I'm just going to highlight that as well. So business intelligence analyst, I want you to look at that carefully. Information security analyst, information security analyst, data analyst, and data scientist. Okay, so I'm highlighting this for you. I'm just going to maximize my screen so we can see this a bit better. All right. You have big data specialists, you have data engineers. Let's scroll up a bit. Okay, I'll scroll back down so that we can see it one more time. Okay, I'll just scroll up a bit. You can see here we have financial analysts. Scroll up a bit. You have project managers, and I'll come to this to explain. So when you see some of these roles, they also can be broken down into multiple roles. A data analyst can work as a business intelligence analyst, can work as a database analyst. Because if you look at here, you'd see database and network professionals. Okay, if you look carefully, you'd see some of the roles broken down, database architects, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's look at these roles that I've highlighted: financial analysts, data analysts, project managers, data engineers, data scientists, information security analysts. These are jobs that will grow in demand in the next 5 years by the World Economic Forum. We've been following this report since 2016, I think, when it launched. And we've also seen that they have been near and very close to accurate in terms of the progression. Now you'd see the buzz about the large language models like ChatGPT, generative AI technologies coming up here and there. And that tells you where in the next 5 to 10 years, you can imagine what ChatGPT and other large language models like Bard and the others that are coming up, you'd see where they would have gotten to. ChatGPT, Bard, and all the other generative AI tools that you know today, they are at their most primitive stages. They are the dumbest stage they can ever be. So it's like you giving birth to a baby. The baby doesn't know the left from the right, cannot read, cannot write. That is where ChatGPT and the other large language models are at this point in time. So you can imagine how important AI and machine learning specialists would be in that particular aspect. Now, let's look at the jobs that will be declining. You have the bank tellers and related clerks. You have postal services clerks. You have cashiers and tickets clerks. You have accounting, bookkeeping, and payroll clerks. I mean, the first time I saw accounting here, I was a bit shocked myself. You'd also see accountants and auditors, all right? Their jobs are going to decline in the next 5 years. And that's due to automation. And that's due to a new group and a new crop of professionals that can combine their accounting skills with data analytics skills. And that's who you call the financial analyst. All right. And I'll speak a little bit about that as we move on eventually. Okay. So you see some of these roles that are going to decline. The credit and loan officer role is also going to decline. The software testers is also going to decline. I hear a lot of people talking about software testing and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, in the next 5 years, those roles will decline. So you can't jump into a new career path without the understanding of the future of the workforce. Where will the jobs be created? What particular industry, what particular career path should I follow? Okay. And I mean, if you look at this page 30, it gives you all the summary that you need. So I've left the link in the slide. You can also take note of that. When you get the slides at the end of today's session, go through and see for yourself, and you can then take an informed decision. When you plan for the future, either to transition from your current career path, or you are new, you are a graduate, undergraduate, you want to get into the workspace, you need to know and make informed decision about your career. All right. So now that you've made a note of these areas that are going to grow, and of course, information security, you have cybersecurity professionals, people that help to secure your systems, and so on and so forth, data analysts, data scientists, data engineers, and so on and so forth. And these particular reports, the IMF and the World Economic Forum report, are the reports that we looked at in-house and we decided to do what? Come up with the programs that we offer. So we didn't just whip up our programs from thin air. No, we looked at these reports based on the analysis that we do every single year, looking at job vacancies across different regions, looking at the job boards, Indeed, Glassdoor, ZipRecruiter, and so on and so forth. What are the jobs, or what particular roles have been growing, have been in very high demand in the last 5 years? And we use that to extrapolate and also predict where the future of work would be. All right. And the key reasons we also decided to select the programs we select, apart from looking at these reports, we also want to ensure that anybody can get into the space. You don't need to go for a master's. You don't need to go for a PhD. You can sit at the comfort of your home, learn these skills with the guidance of a professional, with the guidance of a training partner like Teralytics. So the ease of learning became very important to us. How easy can it be for people to learn this skill? We also looked at the ease of getting a job, transitioning. So once I've learned this skill, how easy would it be for me to get a job? And of course, you've seen very clearly that based on the reports from the World Economic Forum, you've seen the areas that are going to grow in demand. And of course, it becomes a given. It is logical that if I want to transition into tech, I'm only going to focus on these areas. And of course, last but not the least is high and rewarding salaries. So if I've learned the skill, now I've applied to a job. I don't want to get a job that will pay me £25,000 per annum, or I don't want to get a job that will pay me $50,000 per annum. I want to get a job that will pay me substantially on the average, getting into the space for the very first time. All right. So the salary must also be worthwhile. So these are the 3 key reasons we looked at and we selected the training programs that we offer. And the first one I'll talk about is business analysis. And I'll break them down into the nitty-gritty, because a lot of you would have seen this different career path, different roles, but you have no idea what they do. So I'm going to break it down for you. And then Femena would also come in to do a little bit of more dissecting and then wrap up our session for today. So business analysis is one of the programs we offer. All right. Data analytics as well, which you clearly saw in the World Economic Forum. Financial analytics, you saw the financial analyst role. HR analytics, which is also a derivative of data analytics. You have full stack data science. You saw the data science role, which is very, very crucial. One of the most fantastic career paths you can get into when getting into the data space as a data scientist. All right. We also have the data engineering. You saw the data engineer as one of the roles that would grow based on the World Economic Forum projection. And we have new programs we are integrating. So in the year 2022 and 2023, I beg your pardon, in the year 2023, we offered all these 6 programs. So this year from January to December, business analysis, data analytics, financial analytics, HR analytics, full stack data science, and data engineering we offered this year based on the World Economic Forum report and our own analysis. We are also adding new programs to the bouquet of programs we offer, and we are introducing the Scrum Master Professional program. We are also introducing cybersecurity, which is also an area in information security. And last but not the least is AI engineering. So these are the 9 programs that we offer. And of course, it starts to make sense to you, connecting the reports we just looked at. Which jobs would grow? Where will you see the rise in the demand for tech professionals? 85 million roles, according to the IMF, would be vacant with nobody to fill by the year 2030. The World Economic Forum has also said, look, the jobs that are growing demand between 2023 and 2027, the next 5 years, are in these areas. So why not learn skills in those areas so you can narrow your focus, double down, and start to get jobs that will definitely be available in the space? And most of the time, a lot of you would hear all of these things, data analytics, data engineering, sounds very fancy. Are people really getting jobs? That's the question you ask yourself. And I'll tell you for a fact that the answer is a whooping yes. Okay, and I'll share some success stories with you very quickly without necessarily, playing the video. I've kept links for you to watch the videos at your own convenience, but I'm going to talk about a couple of these people. So you also start to see that, look, somebody like myself, somebody that had no experience, learned this skill, got a job, so I can also do it myself. And that's why it always seems impossible until you start to see people that have done it before. And I'll talk about a couple of them, okay? The first two people, you have Oluwatosin. Oluwatosin joined our program sometime this year in the month of August. Oluwatosin currently works as a fraud analyst in the UK, all right? Had no experience within the data space. Our mentorship and interview prep were the key aspects, the key areas, apart from the training, which is a given. We'll train you, but the mentorship and the interview preparation helped Oluwatosin get this job. All right. And when you listen to the recording, I want you to watch the video when you get the slide. You'd hear Oluwatosin speak and talk about his experience. No experience within the data space, joined the program. Today, he works as a fraud analyst, where he helps to prevent credit card fraud within the UK. All right. And part of the experience he got was on a particular project that he worked on. We call it the fraudulent transaction case study. So he worked on a case study during the program that involves credit card frauds. So when he went for that interview for the fraud analyst role, and they asked him, have you ever done this before? Tell me how you have, used any machine learning model, or tell me how you have, prevented fraud before. And he only spoke about the project that he worked on while he was training with us at Teralytics. And that was how Oluwatosin got his job. Now, let's move on to Ikmat very quickly. Ikmat was a full-time stay-at-home mom in the UK. She had given birth. She was out of work for a very long time. She decided to integrate back into the workspace. She came to us, joined our data analytics program, and she joined us in April, if I'm correct. And in the month of September, Ikmat got a job as a data analyst with the NHS. And she had a full visa sponsorship. Of course, you know that once you get a job with the NHS, it is 90%, or let me even say 95% likely going to come with a visa sponsorship. And that's where Ikmat is today. I want you to also tell me, I'm going to play maybe about 2 videos for you. So you listen to Ikmat, Oluwatosin, and some of the other people I'll be talking about, all right? So you let me know later who you want me to play, all right? So you can listen to them. But just take note of their names, take note of their stories. Absolutely phenomenal professionals doing Teralytics proud where they currently work. Okay, I'll talk about Temi. Temi also joined our program. Temi is a lawyer. Okay, he's a lawyer, but today, Temi has transitioned to business analysis. And this is where people ask the question, oh, I'm a logistics manager. I'm a banker. I'm this, I'm that. Can I get into the space? Can I become a business analyst? Temi is a lawyer. All right. And today, Temi transitioned into business analysis. He had a fantastic time learning a new skill. All right. It was like, when you have that, like a child learning something new for the very first time, that excitement. And that was how excited Temi was making the transition. You would also love to listen to Temi and what he has to say. All right. So don't forget, make a note of who you would want to listen to. And I'm going to play that for you before we wrap up our session today. Now, we also have Ikmat, who joined our business analysis program. Ikmat joined us in April as well, just like Ramat, I beg your pardon, Ramat. Just like Ikmat, Ramat also joined our program in the month of April, all right? And she landed a job as a business analyst, also with the NHS. And he also came with what? Full visa sponsorship. We worked with Ramat during her interview. We prepared her for the interview. And today, Ramat works with the NHS as a business analyst. All right. We also have Benga. Benga had been unemployed for over 2 years. He was in Poland. He needed to get a job. Okay, so he came to us, and before he joined, he spoke with me. I had a conversation with him, and all I simply did was, look, Benga, this is where you have a gap. you don't know Tableau, you also need to brush up your Power BI, and you also need to know how to use ChatGPT for analytics. All right, so join the program and let's see how it goes. Benga joined us in February this year, and Benga landed his job in July. All right, so Benga joined Teralytics in February, and he got a job as a business data analyst in Poland. During his interview preparation, I worked with Benga several times because he had multiple interviews. And at the end of the day, Benga sent me a message on LinkedIn when he got the job. Adeza, I have gotten the job. He had called me all day, sent me WhatsApp messages, but I missed his messages. So he had to go to LinkedIn to send me the message, and I saw it there. And I was super excited for Benga, all right? Because according to Benga, this was his dream job. Let me tell you something also interesting about Benga's role. When he joined, he had 6 months probationary period. Benga got confirmed only after 3 months. So you can imagine how impressed they were with the work he was delivering for them, okay? So that's Benga's story. You'd also want to listen to Benga. This is Nathaniel. Nathaniel got a job with one of the largest private research pharmaceutical companies in Barcelona after joining our data science program. All right, Nathaniel, fantastic professional, currently works as a data scientist with Boehringer, one of the largest private research pharmaceutical firms. And of course, you have Michael. I'll tell you something interesting about Michael's journey. Michael joined our data engineering program, all right? And he got his first job as a sales engineer in a software company after completing his program with us. Now, Michael was specific that what helped him get the job was the mentorship and interview prep. Okay, of course, he had learned all the things he needed to learn in class, which is a given. Anybody here on the call can learn the same skills because we provide that for you, all right? However, the mentorship and the interview prep was what helped him secure the role. So you have an interview. How do you prepare? Let me give you something very interesting. When Michael got the offer, every organization would want a reference. Okay, I need somebody who has worked with you before to come vouch for you. Okay, so we always tell all our Teralytics participants, include Teralytics as part of your work experience, so that when that employer wants a reference, you use Teralytics as a referee. So they reach out to us. Now they reached out to me to say that we want, since Michael says he has worked with you, provide a reference for Michael. So I was very happy to do it. So I responded to the email. Yes, I'm very happy to provide a reference for Michael Oshiemi. And the next thing I received was a Calendly invite. And that was a new one for me. So the employer was confirming his job by doing what? Having a video call with me for his reference confirmation. So we had the call. He asked, tell me what's the best way to manage Michael? What are Michael's strengths and weaknesses? You know, the typical questions recruiters would want to ask, you know, to confirm the recruitment. And of course, I was waiting for those questions and I gave them fantastic feedback about Michael. Michael currently works today as a sales engineer after completing the data engineering program. All right. Same with Idris. I mean, Idris' story is also very fantastic. Idris got a job with Land Rover, Jaguar Land Rover here in the UK in Coventry. Just after completing the program, he got a job with Jaguar Land Rover. But that's not where it ends. Idris also got another job as a senior analytics engineer. And Idris only started, I think if I remember correctly, my memory serves me right, Idris started around October 2022. Between October 2022 and today, he has moved into 2 roles. First of all, as a data engineer with Jaguar Land Rover, and today as a senior analytics engineer. Now, these 2 organizations, before they confirmed Idris, they reached out to us to say, provide a reference for Idris. And we were very, very happy to provide that for Idris, because that's what we want to see. The Teralytics ambassadors doing us very proud. You'd also want to listen to what Idris has to say. And there's so many. HR analytics, you have Victor. Victor also has moved into 2 roles just less than a year after joining our program. First of all, he got a job as a people operations analyst after completing our program, working from Nigeria for a company in the US. He was working remotely. He secured a remote job. We worked with him to help him secure the job, prepared him for his interview, and so on and so forth. Today, Victor works as a senior HR business partner in the technology division with Tangerine Africa. And that's Victor's story as well. After joining us, he's moved into 2 new roles, and they have been what? Progressive. He didn't move from one role to a lower role. No, you saw Idris, he moved from data engineering to senior analytics engineer. Victor also moved from where? People operations analyst to senior HR business partner. All right. And these organizations always come back to us for reference for these individuals. Sonia, I didn't include Sonia's name. Sonia, also brilliant, fantastic lady. Sonia left Nigeria last year to come to the UK to do her master's. And I always tell everybody that come for their master's, you'd get a rude shock at the end of your master's when you realize that you have learned all the things you've learned in school are not applicable in the real world to solve problems. That's where the problem starts. So being able to equip yourself with the skills that would make you competitive is imperative for you. All right. So we had a conversation, myself and Sonia. She joined the program, and something interesting happened to Sonia when she got a job, of course, definitely. She works as a HR analyst today after completing her master's. But let me tell you something that happened with Sonia, so that for those of you that will be joining Teralytics, you also take notes of this. We always tell every single person, list your Teralytics profile on your LinkedIn. Is absolutely important. So if you join data engineering, for example, on your LinkedIn profile, indicates data engineer with Teralytics. HR analytics indicates HR analytics consultant with Teralytics. All right. She did not do that. She forgot. So her LinkedIn did not have anything related to HR analytics. So she had gone for the interview. She did very well during the interview. I was waiting for the feedback the following day. All right. Now, the day she actually got a rejection. She got a rejection. Oh, we are sorry, we're not moving on with you. We had to move on with somebody else. But because she was very observant, she noticed something. Just the day before she received the rejection, she noticed that the hiring manager had gone to her LinkedIn profile to check. So she figured out that they must have seen that there is nothing related to HR analytics, on her profile. So she immediately corrected it. She added HR analytics with Teralytics. She added the project she had worked on, spoke a little bit about the project she was also working on at that point in time. Now, Sonia had, I would say, they say opportunity comes but once, but it came twice for Sonia. So that same organization wanted to hire another HR data analyst. Okay. So because they had already interviewed Sonia, they did not have to interview her again. But this time around, the hiring manager was also a different person. So the new hiring manager simply got the results and records from the previous one, saw that she performed absolutely well, and they immediately sent her an offer because they had also seen that, look, she's done HR analytics. She has Teralytics on her LinkedIn profile. And that was how Sonia got the job eventually. All right. Fantastic story as well. And I'm about to wrap up, the amazing people that have gone through. This is just a few, of course, of so many people that have gone through our program. Financial analytics, you have Chika. Chika also fresh into the UK, didn't know what to do, had been applying to jobs, couldn't land a job. But today he works as a financial analyst. All right. And of course, we had to prepare Chika for his interview, multiple interview sessions, reference, of course, to help him secure the job. And when you listen to what Chika has to say, when you click on this link to listen, you'll hear when he said, Teralytics has been a blessing to me. And one thing I always tell people, you could be the best person in terms of the technical knowledge. So in Excel, you're the best. In cybersecurity, you're the best. In data engineering, you're the best. That doesn't secure the job for you. No. The best person doesn't always get the job because you first of all have to get your foot into the door to get interviewed. Okay, how do you get your foot inside the door or into the door? Your CV, number one, plus your LinkedIn. So if you have a shabby CV that cannot pass the ATS rule or the ATS test, you can't get any opportunity to be interviewed. Same with your LinkedIn. Okay, so these are the things we put in place. Now, when you get that interview, how do you prepare? So we work with you to prepare you for that interview session. So you know the questions you're likely going to get, and you can prepare for that as well. And Chika, that was how Chika secured his job. It would be nice for you to listen to Chika, hear what he has to say. And of course, Solomon as well. Solomon was an engineering, undergraduate, completed his BSc. Engineering graduates had done nothing related to financial analytics, but he did what? He took a chance on himself right after out of the university, joined our financial analytics program. And today he works with an oil and gas company in Nigeria, Kegos Group, as a financial analyst, and so many more people. Okay, I'm going to talk about one more person, even though we have two on this page. Toyin, fantastic professional, works as a benefit analyst with the NHS, full sponsorship. Toyin is also doing absolutely phenomenally well, currently on a roll. But I would like to talk about Olugbemi, okay? Because Olugbemi's story is a very interesting one, and you'd like to hear his story. Just like so many people, Olugbemi moved from Nigeria to Canada in 2022. And before he left, you guys are on the call today, all right? A lot of you are going to reach out to say, oh, I want to have a one-on-one session, a conversation to help me decide on the career path to choose. Olugbemi also reached out to us. I enjoyed the masterclass. I want to know the program to register for. Okay. So I said, great. These are the programs we have. What do you have in mind? So he told me, look, Adeza, I want to get a job when I get to Canada. I don't want to work in the warehouse. I don't want to do those menial jobs. I don't want to drive Uber. I don't want to do Deliveroo. I want to get a job that would show me a clear career progression. Olugbemi was coming from the bank, one of the largest banks in Nigeria, but he didn't want to get a job that would, demean him or bring him down from where he was. He joined our data analytics program, and Olugbemi, when he got to Canada, within the first month, he got a job as a business data analyst. All right. And how he got the job was very, very simple and clear. All right. Because I worked with him personally as well. Okay. His interview, the case studies, the assessment he was giving. And the day he completed the assessment, he called me and said, Adeza, I've gotten the job. He hadn't received his offer yet, but I mean, the assessment was everything we had practiced. So he called me and told me, Adeza, I've gotten the job. Now, that's not even the most interesting part. Olugbemi today also got another role as a solutions analyst, okay? As a solutions analyst with one of the largest insurance companies in Canada, all right? I can't mention anybody's salary in public, but I mean, to look at Olugbemi's journey, where he started from, leaving Nigeria last year, and where he is today, it's unbelievable. And that's what we always tell people, that look, the transition you can make within the tech ecosystem, you can't make it anywhere else. Within the space of a year, just get a job. That's the most important thing. Get a job and then moving, which FMNA always call it job hopping. Don't stay in one place. Get that job, do it for 3-4 months, 6 months at the maximum, apply and move to another role. You can almost double your salary just doing that. And that's what Olugbemi did. He's currently working as a solutions analyst for one of the largest insurance companies in Canada. For those two roles, the company reached out to us to provide a reference, all right? Provide a reference for him, okay? And which, of course, we're very, very happy to do. Now, we've looked at so many success stories, and you would also have the slides. You can also get into that and look at it yourself, okay? But then you'd ask yourself, how do I get into any of these career paths? What do they do? As a data analyst, as a business analyst, what will I be doing? Adeza has been saying a lot of things. Oh, Chika got a job as a financial analyst. So Olugbemi got a job as a data analyst. Oluwatoyin got a job as a benefits analyst. What do they do? So I'm going to walk you through a couple of the roles and what they entail, because that helps you then take a decision on what you want to join, where you want to be, how you want to how you want to transition, and of course, ensure that you move your career forward, selecting any of this career path. I had shown you all the 9 career paths that we offer, from business analysis to data analytics, to data science, to financial analytics, HR analytics, data engineering, cybersecurity, Scrum, and AI. So I'll walk you through all the programs and also tell you what they entail. All right. And let's start with the business analyst. So who is a business analyst and what do they do? All right. People always ask this question every time. Okay. Who is a business analyst and what do they do? So as a business analyst, your role is what? To serve as a bridge. You are that middleman between the owners of the business and the stakeholders of the business and the development team. Okay, and I'll break it down a bit. You are the bridge between the stakeholders of the business, so let's call it the business itself, and the development team. So let's take a scenario. So you see the CEOs, the CFOs, these are the non-technical stakeholders. Then you have the development team, who are your technical stakeholders. In between, you are the business analyst. But now, just imagine that you work in a medical related company, okay, or you work in the hospital. Let's even make it simpler. You work in the hospital, but you work in a hospital whereby patients drive into the hospital and you have somebody at the reception who takes records of, whoever comes in. Oh, can I know your name? What's the problem? What's wrong with you? Do you want to see a doctor? Do you want to see a pediatrician? You have somebody at the reception who does all of that, which is not very effective. Okay, now the business decides that they want to invest in a patient management software. All right, they want to build a software, or they want to acquire a software, buy off the shelf, that would help them manage the patients that come into the hospital. So rather than taking those details manually, we want to have a system that will do that for us. That's a project. Okay, the business have what they want. They have certain requirements. They want that application, they want that software to have certain features in it that would help the business achieve its objective. Now, on the other hand, you have the software developers that are going to either build this software or buy the software. Now, as the business analyst, you are that person that will manage that project to ensure that the software that they build eventually is fit for purpose. The software that is built has all the requirements, the features that the business needs to succeed. All right, so that business analyst is the person who you gather requirements, you set up sessions, you set up meetings, you meet with all the stakeholders, the key stakeholders within the business, and you also interface with the developers that will be building that application. And in between, you are managing the project using different tools and techniques to managing projects. All right. You'd also need to know the software development lifecycle, how a software is built from start to finish. That's the business analyst. The business analyst is that person that manages that project that the business wants to build in a way that every single requirement listed by the business is met, and to ensure that that application or that software performs as it should. Okay, the business analyst would also see some processes. Imagine that the reason why the business or the hospital even decided to build that application was because patients were taking too long to get to see the doctor. All right, so the business analyst is that person that will look at the current process. And when the business analyst looks at the current process, He or she then decides, how can I improve this process? If it takes five hours for a patient to get to meet the doctor, how can I shorten or cut that time from 5 hours to 5 minutes? What do we need to put in place? So the business analyst looks at the current process, identify the inefficiencies, and provide recommendations to reduce that process into something that is more optimal. So you have the current process and you have the future states or the future process. Okay. And in between, it has been identified that to reduce the time, we need to implement a patient management system. All right. So that business analyst keep things moving. The business analyst is the person that optimizes processes, reduces something that takes 5 hours to 5 minutes, serve as a project manager. When we are building this software, we need to know all the requirements from the business. What feature do we need to have here? What do we need the patient management system to do? Gather the requirements, build a requirement document, and interface with the development team, managing the project, ensuring that all those features, all those requirements are met at the end of the day. That's the business analyst. In simple terms, what they do. All right. Now, for you to do all these things, that sounds very interesting. You must have certain set of skills. Okay. You must have certain set of skills. And that's where we come in to equip you with those skills to get into business analysis. And of course, business analysts across the globe earns fantastic salaries. In the UK, about £52,500 on the average per annum. Okay, in Canada is about 74,000 Canadian dollars. And for some sectors, some industries, as a business analyst, you earn 6 figures in Canada. We've worked with participants that currently earn 6 figures, their very first job in Canada as a business analyst. And in the US, you have about 85,000 US dollars. But how do you even learn business analysis and get into the space? The first thing we do at Teralytics is we equip you with data analytics skills. So you learn Excel, you learn Power BI, you learn SQL. Now, this is not compulsory for a typical business analyst, but we've seen that over the years and the trend within the industry, you have organizations that have coined a name or a job title called business data analyst. So they sort of have infused data analytics into the business analyst role. Now, if all you know is just business analysis, you're not likely going to get a job easily. But if you're able to show that you have the business analysis skill and you also have data analytics as well, you can compete and get those jobs within the space. And I'll give you a typical example of a gentleman that joined our program at around, I think that was August, he joined. This gentleman has been out of work since February in the UK. And for anybody joining from the UK, you can imagine not having a job from February till August, the financial implications of that. So he came to me, he was very desperate. In fact, the cohort for that month had already started when he came to me that he needed to join. So I told him that, look, I'm going to allow you to join because of how desperate you are. And I'm also interested in working with you to helping you get a job. Okay. But you have to make the full payment. There is no discount for you because you are joining after the cohort has started. And he said, Adeza, no problem. I'll make the full payment. He did make the full payment. Today, he's working with an energy company in the UK, U Energy to be specific. The name of the company is U Energy. All right. Because it started last week. U Energy, and he's working as a business data analyst. So one of the first things I told him, look, the reason why you're not getting jobs since February is because you don't have Excel, you don't have Power BI, you don't have SQL on your CV. Include that with your business analysis skills. He has worked as a business analyst before, but never as a data analyst. By simply learning the Excel, Power BI, and SQL, infusing it into his current skills and his current knowledge, he got a job with an organization here in the UK, started last week, and it currently works as a business data analyst. And these are the things we put in place to ensure that you as an individual that have gone through Teralytics, you are competitive when you're out there. All right. You learn process mapping using Lucidchart, Draw.io, map out a process, the as-is process, the current state, look for inefficiencies, and come up with the future state as well, the to-be state. Of course, project initiation planning. And this is where you manage projects. If you look at the World Economic Forum report I showed you earlier, right, you would see that project management is a key aspect. And as a business analyst, your role cuts into 3 particular phases. Number 1, the first phase is data analytics. I talked about that already. Number 2 is the project management phase. You're going to manage projects. People are going to build software. They're going to upgrade. They're going to migrate from one particular enterprise system to another one, and you would manage that migration. You would ensure that that change happens and sticks within the organization. So you're going to manage the project. So there's the project management part of business analysis, and that's number 2. So data analytics is number 1, project management is number 2, and the last phase is, of course, the business analysis bit, where you'll be doing the software development lifecycle, understanding how a software project is meant to be handled from start to finish, requirement fundamentals, elicitation, meeting with people, gathering information, gathering requirements to come up with a business requirement document, a BRD, stakeholder analysis and engagement, and of course, ChatGPT for business analysis. We can't overemphasize how important ChatGPT is today to anybody getting into tech. Okay, now what is the learning timeline? How can you get a job? How did this particular gentleman I'm talking about get a job? I don't want to mention his name specifically. I'm deliberate about not mentioning his name because we had asked him and he says, oh, I just started the job. Okay, let me take another 1 month or thereabouts, and I'll come back to tell you who he is. Okay, he works with U Energy, fantastic professional. How did he get the job? How long did he learn? Okay, for 4 months. All right. 2 months learning in class. So you have live virtual class, you have a facilitator, a trainer that will work with you, teach you the concepts of business analysis. And then you have 2 months internship. 2 months internship. And the internship is where you would work as a business analyst to supervise a project where a web application would be developed. All right. So the example I gave, just like the hospital that needed a patient management system, you'd work in a team where you'd have a software developer, you'd have a software tester, you'd have a data analyst, you'd have other team members, but you would be the business analyst, setting up teams, setting up meetings, and so on and so forth, identifying the key stakeholders and managing the project. So you will work on a real life project where a web application will be developed from scratch till finish for 2 months. That's the business analysis program. All right. Now I'm going to move to data analytics. Before I move to data analytics, I want you to tell me, do you now understand? Are you enjoying the session? Are you getting value? If you are, just type in a yes into the chat before I move on. Okay, Oladele is saying yes, absolutely. Fantastic. Fantastic, I have your attention. Okay, that's beautiful. So now, when anybody asks you, what does a business analyst do? Okay, you can answer that question convincingly. The business analyst is who? The middleman that serves as a bridge between the stakeholders and the development team. All right. Now let's move to data analyst. I've worked as a data analyst for the most part of my career, and that's the best decision I'd ever taken. I'll tell you for a fact. Who is a data analyst and what do they do? What's their role? Okay, data analyst. Somebody asked me, is a data analyst role just to build dashboards? All right, I've gotten that question so many times, but who is a data analyst and what do they do? The data analyst is responsible for analyzing and extracting insights from data to help the company take data-driven decisions. All right, and let's look at a very simple scenario. Now, imagine you are in Nigeria, you work for ShopRite, even though I know ShopRite is no longer in Nigeria, or you work for Tesco in the UK, or you work for Walmart in the US, right? Now, Tesco, for example, has so many locations, has so many, retail stores across different locations. Let's take Manchester, London, and Bradford, just 3 locations. The owners of this company wants to know, how many customers do we have? What products do they buy? Out of these 3 locations in London, Manchester, and Bradford, which location generates the highest amount of money? The owners of the company wants to know. Okay, and these locations are always generating money, because when you go into the store, you make payments and the transaction is recorded. So either through the POS, you have the transaction from the POS, or it is recorded in cash. You have the inventory management system where they record all the products you buy and the product that leaves the supermarket. Okay, now you as the data analyst will then take that data from the POS, you take the data from the inventory management system, and you would use the tools and the skills you have to analyze so that you can understand, out of these 3 locations, which location has the highest revenue. Is it the one in London? Is it the one in Bradford? Is it the one in Manchester? When you have identified which product sells the highest in these locations, you want to answer as well. Okay, so the data that has been generated from those regions, from those particular locations, you identify the products that sells the highest. So these are questions that the owners of the company would want to know so that they can take data-driven decisions. So if I'm going to set up another store, I know where to set up the store. I know the products to stock that are likely going to sell the highest or sell the most. All right. So when a data analyst analyzes data like that, they can tell a story that you cannot see ordinarily because you don't have the data. That's what a data analyst would do in an organization. Help the company understand what is happening. And once you understand what is happening, you have answered a question within the descriptive analytics realm. Okay, so descriptive analytics is simply answering the question of what happened. How many products did we sell? Which product sells the highest? This is descriptive. You are describing what has happened. The data analyst works within two areas or 2 phases of the data analytics cycle: descriptive and diagnostic. Once you know the product that sells the highest, the location that generates the highest revenue, you want to know, why is London generating the highest revenue? Why? So you have moved from what happened, what location generates the highest revenue, to why it generates that revenue. So when you start to ask the question, why something happened, you are moving into what? Diagnostic analytics. Diagnostic analytics answers the question, why it happened. And descriptive answers the question, what happened. Okay, so when you know what happened and why it happened, then you can take it a little further to come up with recommendations. Oh, London is selling the highest because where we have our store is within a particular location that has a lot of traffic or something like that. All right. So what happened is descriptive. Why it happened is diagnostic. And that's the focus for the data analyst. You would help your organization answer these 2 key questions. What happened and why did it happen? If at the end of today's session, we want to know how many people attended our session, about 500, okay? And we further do the analysis. Why do we see that we have 60% came from Canada. Why do we have so many people coming from Canada? Okay, so what happened? 500 people. Why do we have 60% from a particular location? We are doing what? Diagnosing, diving deeper to answer the question why something happened. So the data analyst is absolutely important in any organization. All right. So as a data analyst, you need to equip yourself with certain set of tools and skills, and I'll be walking you through that shortly. And in the UK, as a data analyst, you earn about £40,000 per annum on the average. In Canada, about $64,000, and in the US, about 72,000 US dollars. And you need to have this set of tools under your belt. Problem solving, that's the critical part for you. You need to know how to solve problems. You're going to learn Excel for data analytics, know how to use different tools and functions, the VLOOKUP, the pivot table, XLOOKUP, and so many other functions that would help you manage and analyze your data. You'd learn SQL as well, SQL, structured query language, which is absolutely important for anybody within the data space. You need to know how to interact with databases. Organizations would have their data in a database. How do you interact with a database? SQL, structured query language. That's what helps you do that. You'd learn Power BI, all right? You learn Power BI too for data analytics, to build amazing dashboards, to show in a glance what is happening within that organization so they can take decision, all right? You'd also learn Tableau for data analytics as well. So Tableau, Power BI are business intelligence tools. If you have those two under your belt, you are a hot cake, like we call it in Nigeria, hot cake. Every organization would want to have a professional that can leverage the two tools as a data analyst. So you're not only focusing on jobs that only request for Power BI, but you have the best of the two. You can apply to jobs that requires Tableau, or you can apply to jobs that requires Power BI. You would learn data storytelling. You're also going to learn ChatGPT for data analytics, and then Microsoft Fabric for analytics. And these are the skills that gets you a job as a data analyst anywhere across the globe, remotely, working within the country, and so on and so forth. How long does it take for you to do this? 4 months, 3 months learning in class, and then 1 month internship. And that's the data analytics role. All right, I'll move a little bit faster now because I have 2 more roles to share with you before I bring in Efemena, who is also going to do a little bit of distilling and breaking down for you. Okay, so as a data analyst, people ask the question, do I need to go and learn all these fancy tools here and there? For you to get started as a data analyst, these are the skills you need to learn. Okay, take a screenshot of this and put it at the back of your mind. 4 months training, 3 months in class, 1 month internship. You build a portfolio that you have on your CV. Anybody can click on that link, see the portfolio of projects you worked on, and that gives you amazing job opportunities eventually. All right, we're going to move to HR analytics. And this is one of my favorites. All right, and that's simply because in a typical business comprises of 3 key drivers. Okay, you have the people, you have people. Oops, sorry. Okay, you have the people. Sorry, this is not coming up. You have the people, you have the processes, and you have the technology. People, processes, and technology. Now, the people would do what? Implement the processes. The people would also drive the technology. So people becomes a very, very important part of the organization. So how do you take decisions that are related to the people in the company and ensuring that they are data-driven? Okay, you want to implement a talent management framework. You are doing it from a data-driven perspective. All right, you have people leaving the company. Attrition is high. People are leaving. Why are they leaving? Okay, a lot of companies do exit interviews. I always say this all the time, but exit interviews are a waste of time. You have exit interview, you are wasting your time because employees would not tell you why they are leaving. They won't tell you the actual story. But imagine that from performance records, from attendance records, absenteeism, from the manager they have worked with, you are able to identify the factors that are likely going to make an employee to leave. So with that, you can identify the employees that would likely leave based on those factors. And you start to have something we call stay interviews instead of exits, stay interviews. And these stay interviews would help these employees to stay within the organization because you've identified why they're likely going to leave. So you're meeting with them to mitigate those issues so they don't leave eventually. All right. So taking those decisions involves the understanding of data analytics tools and HR skills. And that's where the HR analyst comes in. So the HR analyst is that professional that takes data-driven decisions, comes up with data-driven insights to help the HR function within an organization. All right. And as a HR analyst, you are earning about 32,500 per annum in the UK, about 71,000 Canadian dollars, and of course, about 62,000 US dollars in the US. And like I mentioned, the role is a fusion of what? Data analytics and HR. You don't need any experience to get into the space, zero experience. All the skills you can learn and get into the space within the space of 4 months. So problem solving is what you learn, just like data analytics. You learn Excel, Power BI, SQL. These are the key data analytics skills that you need to learn. Then you learn HR analytics and performance evaluation, HR metrics and life cycle. So what metrics am I meant to measure in the organization to ensure that I'm measuring the right type of KPIs that would lead to organizational growth and so on and so forth. Okay. I'm just trying to look for check questions within. STEM is never a requirement. Okay. STEM is never a requirement. Even if they put it there, apply. That's what we tell about the jobs I've applied to, during my own career as a data analyst. They all say, oh, computer science, this and that. I applied to the job anyway. If you see my first breakthrough in data analytics, if you see the requirements and you had seen my skills at that time, there is no chance in hell you would have imagined that I got the job. Okay, so most of the time, these HR professionals in organization would come up with those requirements. Okay, they'll put those things, some of them that are generic or not, go ahead and apply to those jobs. Okay, you don't need any STEM career, any STEM degree to get into the space. Absolutely irrelevant. You learn how to build dashboards for the people in the organization, talking about different aspects of the HR space within that company. You'd collaborate and automate reports, and you'd also build your case and create action. And of course, ChatGPT for data analytics is absolutely important. How long does it take for you to become a HR analyst? 4 months, 3 months project-based classes, 1 month internship. All right. And last but not the least, before Ifemena comes in, we move into financial analytics. This is one of the hottest career paths currently. And that's simply because the way we explain this to you and how you apply to jobs shows you that you don't apply to a job by searching for only financial analytics. The financial analytics role also entails sales analyst, commercial analyst, to search for these jobs rather than just searching financial analytics and hoping to see everything financial analytics. You'd search within a broad spectrum of so many other roles within that same ecosystem. And as a financial analyst, you are combining investment banking, financial analysis, and data analytics in one career path. So you are that professional who takes the financial data within the organization and help the company make sense of that data for them to take and support their decision making. All right. So as a financial analytics professional, you're earning about £51,000 per annum in the UK. In Canada, about 69,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, about 74,000 US dollars. And I showed you a couple of people. You saw them currently working as financial analysts. in the UK, Nigeria, in Canada. And I'd love to play maybe one or two of them so you can hear them, listen to them. So you also get to feel their transition journey and how they were able to move into that space. And of course, as a financial analytics professional, you're going to learn problem solving, Excel, Power BI, accounting fundamentals. So you don't need to have experience because you learn the accounting fundamentals. The language of business is accounting. All right, you're going to learn that. You would learn financial analysis, how to analyze different ratios and so on and so forth, and financial modeling. So you're going to build a financial model from scratch in class. You choose a business yourself. Okay, any business you decide that you want to come up with, you come up with that, and that is used as a case study in class, and a full financial model is built. You learn business valuation, different valuation techniques, sensitivity and scenario building and analysis, and of course, ChatGPT for analytics. And to get into financial analysis or to become a financial analytics professional, it will take you 4 months, 3 months project-based classes, and then 1 month internship. All right. So every single person that you see that has gone through Teralytics, this year alone, we've helped about 850 plus people get jobs in different areas, different regions in Canada, in the UK, the US, in Nigeria, across Africa, and so on and so forth. They all went through the same curriculum and they had the support to help them get those particular roles. So we've looked at 4 different career paths. And the Femina is going to come back to walk us through the other career paths that we need or we need to learn to get into the tech ecosystem based on what we've been saying right from the beginning. 2 things I want to mention very quickly before Femina comes. You don't need a science-related degree. I studied industrial chemistry. You don't need anything tech. You don't need to have done computer science. Femina studied economics. Femina has done data engineering, data science, data analytics, power platform engineering. Just think about it. All right. Femina has done it. So how did he do it? That's the question. And that's why we are here. All right. To help so many other people to also cross that ladder, cross from one particular point to the other point into their preferred career path. Okay. So Femina, are you good to go?
Good to go. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Fantastic.
Loud
right.
And clear.
I'll stop sharing my screen, and then Femina would come to walk us through the other programs that we have for you. And then we take your questions before we start to call it a day. Femina, over to you.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Adeza. Thanks a lot for I think that's a very amazing session. Okay, that's been amazing. Anytime I'm listening to Adeza speak here, I'm always learning something new every time. And I'm pretty sure you guys have also learned something new so far. So if you're enjoying yourself, all right, put a 1 in the chat. Let me get to hear from you. All right. Let me see if you're enjoying yourself. If you've learned something, please put a 1 in the chat. Fantastic. You guys should floor this place. I want energy. Energy. You guys, energy. Capital letter energy is what I want from you guys. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Now I'm getting the energy now. That's good. That's good. So let's keep it coming. Okay. All right. So I'm delving in just to confirm my days. You can see my screen, yeah?
Yes, I can. I can see your screen.
All right. Fantastic. So we're delving into the other 4 career paths that we have at Teralytics. And I would take you on a journey, okay? And I'd like to explain things in a different manner, okay? And I will take you on that journey itself, okay? So we're going to be starting first with the data scientist. A couple of years back, okay, they termed this particular role the sexiest job of the future. It's not the future. It's actually now. It's actually still one of the sexiest jobs to have at the moment. And I'll tell you the reason why it is the sexiest job of this current century itself. Okay, so let's delve into it. Okay, now, who is a data scientist? I don't like to read my slides. I like to use my real life experience to expatiate. You'll get the slides so you can read the slides at your own convenience and so on. Okay, so who is a data scientist is the keyword. A lot of people are very skeptical about going into data science because they feel like it is so technical. You need to be very good in mathematics, statistics. Yes, you have to know this basic. You need to know the basics of all this. All right. Well, I'll tell you who a data scientist is. And I think a while back, just about sometimes last year or 2 years ago, all right, there was a post on LinkedIn, and somebody asked this very good question. The question is, all right, how do you explain your current job to your grandmother? All right. So if you're working as a data scientist, okay, for example, how do you explain to your grandmother that doesn't even know what a computer is? All right. How do you explain to your grandmother, okay, who a data scientist? And that's what I'm going to use to explain a data science, okay? And it's very simple. Somebody wrote in the comment, and I found that comment very hilarious, and I'm going to explain it again, all right? So in the comment, somebody wrote, and I won't tell you the person, but from the explanation, you'll guess the person. Somebody wrote, back in the days before the whole era of data, before data became mainstream, okay? Somebody, back in the days before, data became mainstream, business owners, CEOs, CFOs, and, any other business professional, okay? Whenever they eat a whenever they eat a roadblock, what would happen, okay? Probably they're not making sales as they used to make sales. Probably they're not getting customers, like they used to get. Probably something is dwindling. Their business is basically dwindling. They're not making as much revenue. They're incurring a lot of costs. People are leaving their businesses. Employees are leaving. Things are just going nuts. For this particular business. What would the business owner do? The business owner back in the days will run to, spiritual fathers, okay, or spiritual mothers, pastors, imam, traditionalists, and so on and so forth, to tell the baba, the mama that, oh, my business is not doing well anymore. What should I do differently? What should I do? All right. Now, this baba and the mamas, all right, these people would consult, and tell the pastor, they will tell the person, oh, the oracle said this, the oracle said this, the oracle said you should do this and that. All right. This was back in the days, okay? But now we don't need we don't need those oracles anymore because we have the data scientist. Now, the data scientist is this professional that will tell the business, that would help the business answer critical business questions. All right. Take for example, like I have over here. So I have what? Descriptive analytics, which is basically answering the question, what happened? Okay. What happened? The next thing is diagnostic analytics, which is answering the next question, why that particular thing happened. And the last but not the least is predictive analytics, what will likely happen. Now, the data science's job is a very interesting career path because we are now the oracle, all right, that people will consult. That the CEO, the CFO, and other major stakeholders within the business will come to consult to say that, I know data scientists, something is happening in the business. We don't know what is happening. Please help us. All right. Now, we, the data scientists, will step back and get the business data to answer these three critical questions. What happened? Why did that particular thing happen? And what will happen going forward? All right. So we can tell the business CEO to say that, oh, all right, this is why our product is not doing well. All right. This is why our application is not getting as much users on a day-to-day basis. This is the reason why our revenue is declining. This is the reason why our deliveries are not delivering, as fast as possible, and so on and so forth. Answering that key question, what happened? The next thing is, why is it happening? All right. We are not making as much revenue. Our customers are leaving. Why are they leaving? That's the next question we need to answer. That's diagnostic analytics. All right. Now, after answering that question, we also need to know what will happen in the future, prediction. All right. And that's the key role of a data scientist. All right. That's the key aspect. That's what makes a data scientist a data scientist. You should be able to extrapolate into the future to tell the business, this is what would likely happen. Now, in terms of predictive analytics, something that will come to bear for the two of us, for everyone on this call, is we all use Netflix, for example. And you just finished watching a movie on Netflix, okay? Let's say you just finished watching, let's say a very popular Nigerian movie, okay? All right? And you found out that immediately you finish watching that movie, they are recommending something for you to tell you that I watched this movie, I've seen this other movie. They've recommended, very good movies based on that your current watch. That's prediction. To say that based on this movie that you just saw, if you liked it, all right, this is other movies, all right, that you should see. All right. That's recommendation system. All right. If you're also working in the logistics space and you want to be able to forecast, if you like take for example, you order something on Jumia, and the next thing they are telling you the expected delivery dates. Expected delivery date. They're forecasting to tell you that in the next 2 days, you will get your parcel, you will get your package. Now, the key question you need to ask yourself is, how do they know? What system have they put in place to be able to predict 2 days in the future, all right, how your parcel is going to come, the time period, the time your delivery is going to come between 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. How do they know this? That's prediction. That's the role of a data scientist. All right. So you see, the role is very interesting because it applies to different roles, it applies to different categories, different industries, and so on and so on. And that's why it's actually sexy. Because regardless of anywhere you find yourself with this particular skill set, you can apply it. All right. You're in the healthcare industry, you can apply it. If you're in logistics, you can apply it. Supply chain, you are in finance, you are in any industry, this is what makes it the sexiest job of the future, or of now, not the future anymore. Now let's talk about the average salary of a data scientist in the UK, Canada, and in the US. Okay, average salary of a data scientist in the UK is £50,000. In Canada, it is 94,000 Canadian dollars. In the US, it is 121,000 US dollars. Six figures of the bat. Okay. Now, in terms of learning areas, okay, what would you be learning to become a data scientist? What do you need to learn? Okay. First thing is statistics. Okay, you need to learn statistics. Now, it's not the kind of mad statistics that not the all those algebras and all those divide the x, no those kind of statistics. So you need to understand the basic statistics first of all, measure of central tendency, measure of asymmetry, normal distribution, and so on and so forth. All right. So you need to understand statistics, descriptive statistics, inferential statistics. You need to understand the basics. Now, a lot of people run away from these things because they really don't know what it is, or they've heard about so many misconceptions about statistics and so on. But that's the reason why we have such a demystified curriculum to help you, even if you're a beginner. All right, you would learn this, on your own terms, on your own pace, in a very simplified manner. All right, to help you understand it better. Okay. Now, the next thing you're going to be learning is forecasting and predictive analytics using Microsoft Excel. A lot of people underestimate Excel. A lot of people think that Excel is this very redundant tool that they use for data entry. All right. But you'll be learning Excel more than far beyond what any other person would use Excel for. So you will learn Excel for, descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, and those are the parts where you use Excel to build a dashboard, interactive dashboards, and so on. So if you go on LinkedIn, you will see quite a number of our participants, posting about their Excel dashboard, the analysis they performed, and so on and so forth. All right. And now, taking it a step further, you would also be using Excel to perform prediction. Now, do you know you can actually use Excel to predict? In fact, I'll tell you from my own experience, the first prediction I built, the first forecast I built for one of the largest logistics business here in Europe, DPD, was based on Excel. I used Excel for that particular forecast, and that forecast was deployed to 5 other countries within Europe. Okay, just an Excel sheet. Now, a lot of people don't understand how to do this, and that's why we are putting it into the curriculum to ensure that you're learning as much as possible. Now, you'll also be learning Tableau for data analytics. So you learn Tableau for descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive analytics. Yes, you can use Tableau to perform predictions, and you learn it during the curriculum. All right. You would also learn SQL, and these are spoken about SQL, structured query language. So as a data scientist, you'll be working with a lot of database structures within the business. All right. So you need to be able to learn how to extract data from the database, and you need SQL to be able to perform this extraction. All right. Now, moving on, you will learn Python, you will learn exploratory data analysis, you will learn machine learning, you will learn computer vision, GitHub for version control, ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot for coding, and Microsoft Fabric for analytics. So you see, it's a very encompassing curriculum. And the key reason why we have it there as full stack. All right, you'll notice a lot of people ask the reason why is it full stack? Why do we call it full stack? It's very simple because different organizations across the world are at different level of adopting data science. All right. So I've worked in an organization that they don't use Python. They have not deployed Python within their ecosystem, within their business structure. All right. And that's where I was using Excel to perform predictions, to do my data science activities, and so on. All right. Some organizations have moved ahead to say that, okay, do you know what? Let's deploy a visualization tool like Tableau. All right. And that's what they're using for all their data science activity. You, as a data scientist going through this curriculum, you'll be able to use Excel, you'll be able to use Tableau, you'll be able to use Python. So regardless of whatever stage of data science adoption this business is at, currently at that point in time, you would be able to tell them you can do it. And that's the whole essence of it, calling it a full stack data science program. So there are quite a number of projects you get to work on. All right. You work on computer vision projects. You work on NLP projects. NLP stands for, so when they say NLP, okay? NLP. So it stands for natural language processing. All right. You work on projects with NLP, you work on churn analysis and so on, cohort analysis and so on and so forth. So it's a very encompassing curriculum that will take you end to end on how to become a data scientist. All right. Now, this training program is in its entirety is for 4 months. Okay. So 3 months of learning, 3 months of learning, and 1 month immersive internship. So you have 1 month immersive internship, take you end to end on more projects, handling more projects in Excel, Tableau, Python, exploration data analysis, and so on and so forth. All right. So that's the full stack data science curriculum. Now, moving on to data engineering. I would say this is currently, one of the highest paying job in the tech ecosystem. When I say tech, I mean tech as a large space, like the whole tech, not just data, tech as a whole. Data engineers are one of the highest paid roles in the ecosystem. And I'll explain why. Okay. Now, they say what's the intake? They said data is the new oil, correct? Data is the new oil. So now let's even take a very minute business, a sole proprietor. Let's say you, all right? If there's anybody here selling, if you're selling anything on Instagram, let's just say you're selling things online, you're selling shoes, all right? You go to Balogu Market in Nigeria or you buy from AliExpress and you resell, okay? So you are reselling, you're selling stuff on Instagram, Facebook, and let's say Twitter, okay? All right, let's say Twitter, all right? Now, you, just a small individual, just you in your sitting room, in your bedroom, you're running ads on Instagram, you're running ads on Facebook, and you're running ads on Twitter, okay? That's just a very small case study. You're selling shoes and you're running ads on Instagram, Facebook, and on Twitter. All right. Now, at the end of the month, let's say you started running it in the 1st of December and you stopped at the 31st of December. Okay. Now, at the end of the month, you now found out that, you out of, based on the ads that you ran, you generated a revenue of, let's say you generated the revenue of 2 million naira. Okay. You generated a revenue of 2 million naira from running the ads. Okay. Now, the key question is, how do you know which of these ads perform the best? Which of the ads? You run ads on Instagram, I would say Insta, okay? You run ads on Facebook, and you run ads on Twitter, okay? You run ads on Instagram, Facebook, and on Twitter, and you generated a revenue, okay? A revenue of 2 million naira. Now, the ads that you run, these ads that you run, I should ask you a quick question. Which of these ads generated the most revenue? Which of these ads generated most revenue? You don't know. You can never know. All right? You can never know. And it's very simple. Why? Because you will need to get data. You need to get the data, the ads that you run. You need to get that ad data from Instagram. You need to get the ad data from Facebook. You need to get the ad data from Twitter. So you need those data all in one place. You need all that data in one single repository. That's a small business. So this is not even an enterprise business. This is just a small business. You are running in your sitting room. All right. You're running ads on Instagram, Facebook, and on Twitter. All right. And you made a revenue of 2 million naira. And at the end of the month, you now want to find out amongst these 3 places where I ran ads, which one of them performed the best? Okay. Very simple, isn't it? But you can't do that because Instagram system is on a different application. Facebook system, another application entirely. Twitter, another application entirely. These are all different systems, different application, I mean, okay? So you need this data to be consolidated in one place so you can analyze and tell which of these ones generated the most revenue. Okay, very simple. So now you see this, you need to be able to extract data from Instagram, extract data from Facebook, and extract data from Twitter into one central location. That's the job of the data engineer. Okay, that's the job. Simple. Moving data from different systems into a central location. Now, let's use this is a small business, okay? This is a small business, all right? Now, let's use an enterprise system. Let's use like a bigger organization, okay? Let's use a bigger organization very quickly. I won't spend too much time on that. Let's say you're working with GT Bank, okay? You're working with GT Bank, all right? And obviously, the CEO is saying that, okay, we need to know what system people transact with the most. What system do people transact most with? All right. So what system do banks use? They use ATM for transaction, correct? They use ATM. All right. They use the mobile app. Okay. They use what else? What else do they use? Let's just say web. Okay. And let's say POS. Okay. Now, the CEO, okay, the CEO is saying that I need to know what platform people, our customers, the CEO is saying that we want to know what platform people are using the most. Okay, are they using more of ATM than mobile app, web, and POS, or are they using web more than the other platform that we have? Okay, that's what the CEO asks. But you notice that the ATM data is stored in the ATM database, okay, which is, all right, a central location. Anything ATM is stored inside the ATM database. Mobile app is stored in mobile app database, okay. Web, also the same thing, stored in web database, okay. And POS, also the same thing in POS database, all right. So individual systems, they have their own database. They have their own structure of saving their data. So ATM will store its data inside ATM database. Mobile app will store its own data inside mobile app database. Web will store their own data inside web database. POS database. So these are what? Four systems, four different systems. Well, you need to know which one of them customers are using the most. You want to compare all four of them together to say that which of these systems are our customers using the most, correct? So you need to consolidate all the data that you have here. You need to consolidate all the data that you have here into a central location, into a central, let me just say central DB, okay? Central database, all right? ATM data will come inside. This one will come inside. This one also will come here. And this also will come here. So you see data consolidating into one central location. And that is what we call the ETL process. ETL. Extract, that's the first thing. The ETL you have there is extract. So extract the data from these systems. All right. Extract the data from ATM, mobile app, web app, and the POS. Extract the data from these systems. All right. Transform the data. Okay. So when you say transform, it basically means that you should clean the data. So wherever you have missing data, deal with it. Wherever you have duplicate data, deal with it. Wherever you have, data changes, instead of number, it is a text. You need to make that transformation. Those are the kind of transformation that you do. So you're basically just cleaning it up to ensure it is good and ready for use. So when you finish transforming, you now load it into that database. All right. And that's the whole essence of data engineering, because different organizations across the world, every organization across the world generates data from different systems. We just took a very small example of a sole proprietor, all right, that is selling shoes on Instagram, Twitter, on Facebook, and you're running ads. and you want to compare ad performance, you need those data from those three sources in one central place so you can do your analysis. So you see, the data engineer's role is very crucial in any organization because before the data scientists, the data analysts, the business analysts, and other people that need data, HR, finance, and all that, before they can do that analysis that they want to do, they need data. They need data. For example, HR. HR would use different systems. They have their own HRIS system, and they need data from this HRIS system. If HRIS, that's if human resources information systems. All right. So even finance, you have your QuickBooks, you have your Salesforce, you have all those things, sales, and so on. There's so many systems in every organization. So how do you extract data from these places and ensure it is available on demand for anybody that needs the data? So that's exactly what the role of the data engineer is within any organization. This is why they are in demand, because the data scientists cannot do their work without data. The data analysts cannot do their work without data. All right. So everybody needs data. Data is the new oil. Is that thing that ensures that everything in the business is moving as fast as possible. All right. So that's data engineering for you guys. Okay. Um, the average salary of a data engineer is £50,000 in the UK, Canada 94,000 in the US, 121,000 in the US. Okay. Now the key learning areas. What would you be learning? Two key technologies that you'll be learning is Python and SQL. The two key technologies that you need to know, that you need to master is Python and SQL. Okay? So you start obviously as a beginner, you'll start with the introduction to data engineering, where we explain certain concepts to you. Take, for example, ETL. If you've never heard of ETL before, definitely those are the things that you'll get, expatiated, demystified for you. All right. So you learn, what's ETL, what's ELT, the difference between ETL and ELT, what's a database, what's a data mart, what's a data lake, what's a delta lake. All these things would be explained in granular level for you to understand the basic fundamentals before you start going into the practicals and so on. All right. So you learn SQL, you learn Python, you learn Linux. All right. You get to work with how to build custom ETL pipelines. All right. So you get ETL pipelines, working with databases, working with APIs, web scraping, and so on. All right. You also get to work with Apache Spark. Okay. You get to work with Apache Airflow for pipeline automation. You get to work with AWS cloud engineering, version control using GitHub, and you also get to work with ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot for code, for coding basically. All right. So these are the learning areas that you go through, from introduction to SQL to Python, Linux, Apache Spark, Apache Airflow, AWS cloud engineering, and so on and so forth. All right. So learning timeline. This is also a 4-month entirety learning program. Okay. So you learn for 3 months and you also do an internship of 1 month. Now, one key thing you should have at the back of your mind is you will get to work on projects, quite a number of projects as you go into the curriculum. All right. So you'll see it's an amazing career path, to be very honest with you. And this is something that I found myself, I never really went through any. I wish there was a curriculum like this back in the days when I was trying to transition. All right, that would tell me learn this, learn this, learn this, so I can easily transition. And that's the reason why we actually started this. You will not find a beginner level data engineering program anywhere else in the world. Every other person expects you to have some experience, okay? But this program is designed solely for beginners looking to enter into data engineering. So you learn that beginner and you also get into that intermediate level in data engineering. Okay. Now, the next career path we're going to be looking at is the Scrum Master. Scrum Master. And, this career path, like I think Adeza did a very great job explaining the reasons why we are going into this career path. Okay. This career path have become in demand, meaning that they are in constant demand. Organizations are looking for these people constantly. So if you remember the 3 reasons why we went into this career path: easy to learn, easy to transition, and high-paying salaries. And that's the reason why we're talking about this. Now, Scrum Master has now become a very crucial role in any organization. In any organization. And I would explain why. Very simple. All right. Now, every organization has something that they want to deploy. All right. Either it's a website or it's a mobile app or it's a software or something. There's something that organization wants to deploy, wants to push out, wants to sell. It could be a product, it could be something. All right. Now, the Scrum Master is this person that understands what we call the Agile Scrum methodology, okay? Whereby things are, the entire lifespan of deploying that particular project is broken down into what we call sprints, okay? Into what we call sprints. Now, a typical very good example without using too many technical terms, okay? Now, if you notice, okay, you get updates. Instagram, for example, you see a new update is released almost every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks or every 4 weeks, every other week, a new update is on Instagram. Have you guys noticed it? If you've noticed this in the past couple of weeks, you could put a 1 or a 2, 1 in the chat if you notice that Instagram or mobile apps or any app, you just see that a new update has emerged. Okay, even on your Android or iOS, you see you get this constant update your new phone, update to the new OS. Do you guys get this update? Let me see. Do you guys get this update? 1. Okay, I can see quite a number of ones coming in. Okay, that's good. So yes, you get these updates to say that, oh, a new update is out, a new update is out, a new this is out, a new that is out. Okay. And sometimes you open Instagram and you're trying to share, a particular post and you find out that the whole arrangement has been changed. Okay. And you did it just maybe 5 hours ago. Okay. But you find out that it has been changed already. So let me explain the whole essence of these changes and how it is iterative. Okay. Now, back in the days, before Scrum was, imbibed in the tech space, before Scrum, okay, you need to work in a waterfall methodology, waterfall, and I'll explain it. So first of all, waterfall is just basically you must finish one before you move to the next one. You must finish the next one before you move to the next one. So take, for example, I want to build a website. So the first thing we need to do is to plan, okay? To plan, to say that, oh, all right, the website developer, you need to, write the HTML codes, you need to do this, you need to do that. Product owner, oh, you need to, you have your activities, go and research about different products, why should our product be the best in the town, so on and so forth. Other team members, the data analysts, you do this, there's a planning phase. Maybe you spend the first 2 weeks to plan, all right? The next 2 weeks would now be, let's say, building. You build that particular product, okay? Then the next, you need to spend, maybe that building phase will take another 2-3 months before you move to the next one. And so you think you need to plan first before you move into building. From building, you go to review. From review, you go back to, you need to finish one stage before you move to the next stage. All right, that's what you call the waterfall methodology, okay? But now, over time, they saw that this was inefficient because in order for you to see a new update on Instagram, it means that everything has to be done. Every single thing has to be done before a new update is out. On take, for example, like Instagram. All right. So what the Scrum methodology came to do is rather than waiting 5-6 months before a new update can be made to an application, a website, or a product, or anything itself, you could actually break it down into sprints. So sprints basically are done within 1 to 2 weeks. Okay. So this project that should have taken 6 months is broken down into sprint. To say that, okay, this month, let's work on this one particular feature of Instagram, which is people should be able to download the post. That's the first thing. That's the first feature we want to work on. All right. So we'll do it within the first 2 weeks and deploy it immediately. Review, deploy. So you see, you've broken that thing that's supposed to have taken 6 months, all right, to get everything done. All right. You've broken it into 2 weeks or 3 week sprints. Okay. 2-3 week sprints. Sprints basically are like I said, they are usually 1 to 2 weeks. So that's why you would see a new update on your phone almost every week or every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks. That's if there needs to be an update. Okay. I'm not saying that you must have updates every week. I'm not saying that. Okay. So if you need something to be done, all right, that's where the Scrum Master comes in. So the Scrum Master is this expert that knows how to examine the project, okay, and break that particular project into sprints. All right. So you'll be learning this, and they are absolutely in high demand because different organizations are working on different projects. Take, for example, Microsoft, for example. It's not just Microsoft OS that they are working on. All right. It's not just Microsoft on your laptop that they are working on. They have quite a number of projects they are working on. All right. So they might be working with a car vendor. They might be working with, a telecommunication industry, a vendor in the telecommunication sector. So they have different products that are churning out for different industries. So the Scrum Master is basically going to go into those projects and figure out how to break these projects into individual sprints to ensure that different updates, different things are developed as fast and as optimal as possible. All right. So Scrum is it's in high demand at the moment, and I would endeavor you to, if you're interested in this, this is a sweet career path for you. All right. Now, the average salary of a Scrum Master is £52,000. In Canada, it is 74,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, it is 85,000 US dollars. All right. Now, moving into the learning areas, what would you need to learn to become a Scrum Master? First of all, introduction to Scrum. You understand the basics, you understand the fundamentals of Scrum. You move into the Scrum team and artifacts. All right. You move into Scrum artifacts, increments, and sprint backlogs. You get to work with Scrum events, Nexus scaled Scrum, preparation of PSM examination. So after the training program, you would be able to take that certification that you need in order for you to put yourself out there and get the jobs that you're looking for. All right. Now, this training program is a very short curriculum. All right, short course. All right, it's a 1 month training. The entirety of the program is for 2 months. All right. So you have 1 month of learning and you have 1 month of project-led internship. All right. So this is when you get to work on real-world projects, where you'll be acting as a Scrum Master on that project and you get that industry experience. All right. And you can tell potential recruiters that these are the kinds of projects you've led in the past, and going forward, these are the ways you can implement these things you've done during the internship in any real life situation. All right. So you get to work with Jira. You also get to work with Trello in order for you, projects and project management tools where you get to work with them, and deploying the Scrum methodology itself. All right, so that's a Scrum Master. So if you're looking to become a Scrum Master, this is the training program for you. Now, the last but not the least is cybersecurity. Now, you'll notice that cybersecurity has become the in thing for every organization across the world. And I'll bring back a particular phrase I've been saying so far. Data is the new oil. All right? Data is the new oil. And if you understand that particular phrase I said, you would know that organizations need to protect their data. So if you have, take for example, Amazon, Facebook, Twitter, or any other big tech firm, or even your mobile, your WhatsApp, your own personal WhatsApp, okay? You have your chats there, you have account number, people have sent you account numbers, people have sent you personal messages, people have sent you, that's your personal information, that's your personal data, all right? So you also want to protect your own WhatsApp, okay, from fraudsters and hackers and so on and so forth. So if you want to protect your WhatsApp, as I would say as small as your WhatsApp messages are, or your gallery, or your bank details and so on, if you want to secure those, I would say small, okay? Now imagine a large corporation. All right, a large corporation like the likes of the banks in Nigeria, the banks across the world, or even internet, the social media platforms and so on. Different organizations, every organizations need to secure their data. Okay, and that's where the cybersecurity analyst comes in to, protect the organization's computer systems and networks from cyber threats. All right, that's your role. So, I think sometimes about 2 years ago, while I was working in Ireland, so the UK uses NHS, while Ireland they use HSE, okay, health, safety, and environment, or something like that, okay, HSE. All right. So I remember back in the day, about 2 years ago, I think 2022, 2021-ish, okay? They hacked into HSC and they got all, patient information. All right. And I think they lost from that particular hack. All right. They were able to get several millions of contact from the HSC. And guess what? In just a few months, the number of fraudulent transactions that happened on people's accounts, all right, I think it resulted to almost over 1 million, over 1 million euros in terms of transactions. So the HSC was hacked and they use client information to get money from the government. All right. So you see, every organization needs to secure their own personal data from hackers, from cyber threats, and so on and so forth. So cybersecurity has become a hinting because data is the new oil. They need to safeguard their data. They need to safeguard their information. They need to safeguard things within the organization. And that's where the cybersecurity analyst comes in to protect the organization's computer systems, networks from cyber threats and cyber bullies, okay, like some people call them. Now, the average salary of a cybersecurity analyst in the UK is £57,000. In Canada, it's 140,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, it is 105 US dollars. Okay. Now, these are very interesting times for you to get into cybersecurity because, every organization across the world needs a cybersecurity analyst, okay? Regardless of it. Like I said, if you personally want to safeguard your WhatsApp, you have a two-step verification on your WhatsApp to prevent hackers on your WhatsApp, getting your personal information off WhatsApp. Now imagine an organization that is dealing with over 220 million customers, 2 billion customers like Facebook, 2 billion customers, and so on and so forth. You will see that they actually need to employ quite a number of cybersecurity analysts to safeguard their business data. All right. So what would you be learning in the cybersecurity program? What would you be learning? Okay. You'll be learning, first of all, introduction to cybersecurity, because if you're a beginner, you need to understand the fundamentals. Okay? Now you move into foundations of computing and networking. Then you move into information security principles, offensive and defensive cybersecurity, cryptographic basics, cyber threat and attack vectors, network security, endpoint security, web and application security, cloud security. You see quite a number of security that you will go through. All right. So it's a very immersive curriculum taking you end to end on cybersecurity. You would also learn how to work with cloud security, incidents reports and forensics, cybersecurity policies and compliance. You will go end to end on cybersecurity. All right. Now, the learning timeline for this curriculum is 4 months in total, 4 months. Now, you'll be learning for 3 months, 3 months learning curriculum, and 1 month immersive internship. All right, immersive meaning that you'll be working on real world projects, okay, hands-on projects where you will gain life experiences on how to build cybersecurity architectures for firms and businesses across the world. All right. So it's a very immersive training program, trust me, guys. And last but not the least here, we have AI engineering. This is coming soon, all right? And you would see with the trend so far in the economy, in the global economy, AI is really disrupting so many activities across the world. So AI engineering is one of the curriculum that we're looking to push next year to get people into AI, how to use AI for quite a number of things, okay? Now, this is coming to because the curriculum is still in works, getting people on board and so on and so forth that would lead this particular curriculum. Now, what would you be working on in this particular, in AI engineering? First of all, you get to learn Google teachable machines, all right? How to build your own AI, system, how to build your own AI system, how to build your own machine learning, how to deploy your machine learning and your AI systems. You get to work with data robots. You get to work with AWS SageMaker. You get to work with ChatGPT and its plugins. You would also learn how to build your own custom GPTs. All right. You also get to work with Bard and Bing. Those are AI applications that are coming from other Google and Microsoft. You would also get to work with prompt engineering. All right, which is very important. So in order for you to get the best result out of your AI tool, you need to be able to write the right prompt. How do you develop your right prompt? You will get to learn that in the AI engineering course. And and so much more. areas that we're looking to cover in the AI engineering curriculum. So, this is coming soon. So if you want to become an AI engineer in 2024, this program will be launching by January, and we'll definitely will keep out more information about the launch date and all the things that you need to learn in terms of the curriculum, what you'll be learning, and so on and so forth. But basically, these are some of the things you'll be learning, and I'm sure you guys are excited that there's a place now you can actually go to learn AI engineering, and you can deploy your own AI tools and technologies within any business you find yourself. Now, looking at the fact that we've gone through um, 9 curriculums, okay? We've gone through 9 curriculums. Which of these curriculums, which of this particular career path would you be looking to getting into? All right, so let's use the charts here. Which of this curriculum would you be looking to get into? From data analytics to data science to data science to data engineering to business analysis, HR, finance, and so on and so forth. Which of these career paths would you be looking to get into? Let me see. Use the chat, guys. Let me see. All right, cybersecurity, data engineer, Scrum Master, data analytics, data science. Okay, that's good. All right, that's amazing, guys. I'm happy that you're learning the rudiments and now to get started. Now, the key question is, all right, the key question that most people ask, and I usually tell most people, and I usually ask more people, is why should you train with Teralytics? Why should you train with Teralytics? Why Teralytics? Now, I think one thing that we have at our beck and call is testimonials, first of all. And Adeza has done a great job showing you these testimonials. Most people will tell you, oh, when you go through our training program, you'll get a job, but barely get testimonials. We have a ton of testimonials, and I'm going to explain to you. All right. So our achievement in 2023, all right. So this is December, January to December this year. I'm going to tell you, beat my chest confidently that we have helped over 850 people transition from classroom into their first job in the tech space. So this is across the UK, US, Canada, Europe, Asia, and also back home in Africa. All right. So we have people getting jobs in Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Kenya, and so on and so forth. So if you're in all those regions, you are not left, okay, out of touch, okay? Now, 850, you guys need to understand the magnitude of this number, all right? So we helped 850 people transition from classroom. Now, the reason why we added that transition from classroom means that these guys had no prior experience. Zero prior experience. And you would listen to the testimonials. And that's the reason why we've added the links to these videos for you to listen to yourself. All right. These are just a few of them. Okay. And they'll tell you, I had no experience before joining the program. I was not a data engineer. I was not a data analyst. I was not a data scientist, but I was able to get the job. How did you think we're able to do that? It's because of certain things that we have put in place. And I'm going to explain everything. All right. So these are people that transition, all right, from classroom to first job. We had people that were working as data analysts and we're looking to become data engineers and transition from data analytics to data engineer. The reason why that is not part of this number is very simple, because they had a prior experience they could latch up on to say that, oh, I was working as a data analyst and these are the things I did and so on and so forth. Oh, I was working in HR analytics and, I was able to transition to business analysis. This kind of people had prior experience they could depend on. Now, the reason why we have this number here is very simple. A lot of people are scared to start, okay? To say that, oh, I don't have any experience. I've never worked as a data scientist. Oh, I've never worked as a business analyst. I cannot get a job. That's a lie, because we helped 850 people get jobs this year, 2023. All right. And those are the things that we have put in place. Now, let me tell you why you should train with analytics. The reason why you personally, you on the call, should train with analytics. It's very simple. All right. We have 5 things I'm going to talk about. First of all is up-to-date curriculum. Up-to-date curriculum. You can never go anywhere and you check our curriculum. Our curriculum is the most up-to-date curriculum you'll find anywhere in the industry. And do you know why? It's because the people that you are going to be dealing with, the people that are on the call, people that are going to be helping you and holding you are currently in the industry. All right. Myself, I currently work as a data science contractor in the US and also in the UK. So working for companies within this particular region. Okay. Same thing with Adesa. So if you're in the UK, you'll know you'll know contract positions in the UK. And those are the things that we do currently in the UK. All right. So and this particular experience gets you to work for different organization. All right, across different sectors, across different fields, and so on. So we are constantly engaging with what is in tune in the industry, first of all. And it's not just the two of us, all right? We have other experts within the team, facilitators that are currently leaders within the sectors. And if you've attended any of our sessions, like the hackathon session, you will see the caliber of people that we brought on the call. These are leaders within the UK, within the US, within the Canadian markets, bringing in experts, and we have this round table where we use to update our curriculum. So our curriculum is up to date, meaning that anywhere you find yourself, if you take, for example, the business analysis curriculum, all right, you'll find out that you're learning analytics in there. Go elsewhere, you would hardly find business analysis curriculum that will be teaching you analytics. Do you know the reason why we added it? Simple, so that you have more opportunities to grab onto when you hit the job market. So our curriculum is definitely beating my chest anywhere, up to date, to get you that job that you're looking for. Now, the next thing we're going to be talking about is industry experts with hands-on experience. I've hinted on that already. The people that will be handholding you are guys that have experience, people that have been doing this for the minimum of 5 to 10 years, coming to the class to handhold you and guide you through the training curriculum. All right. Hands-on experts, people that have experience. All right. And the funny thing, the good thing also is these people have been in your shoes. Like for myself, like Adesa, majority of the professionals that you see out there, we all transitioned. All right. We all transitioned. Nobody found themselves in a data engineering role. All right. You must have transitioned, found a way to learn and get into the job. All right. And that's exactly those kind of professionals you get to work with, because you need somebody to ask questions around, how do I get a job as a data engineer? I've never worked as a data engineer. What steps can I take to get data engineering gigs, data engineering jobs anywhere across the world? So you've been working with industry experts, essentially moving into blended training delivery to accommodate everyone. Now, the key essence here, the key word there is blended. So we have two types of training programs that we run within Teralytics. So we have the Watch Me Do It videos and we have the live class. I'm just going to put it there. All right. So we call it Watch Me Do It. Okay. So Watch Me Do It videos. These are pre-recorded bite-sized videos. Pre-recorded bite-sized videos, meaning that they are short. All right. So take, for example, you are doing a training program on data science, for example. All right. So statistics, learning statistics, descriptive statistics, inferential statistics, those things are broken down into bite-sized videos. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes, explaining key concepts of statistics. Now, with that, Watch Me Do It videos, it also comes with live classes. You still have the live class. So now the Watch Me Do It video teaches you concepts. It basically passes across concepts to you in a very easy to understand manner. All right. So even if you're a slow learner, take for example, you're a slow learner like myself. Okay, we like to learn things very fast. We take our time to learn certain concepts. All right. The bite-sized video would handhold you and guide you through the learning things. All right. So you have that bite-sized videos that you can watch in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that that explains it, that hits the nail on the head. All right, that goes straight to the point. Those videos, rather than watching the live class of 3-4 hours, 3 hours, okay, you can easily just take the Watch Me Do It videos, learn that in bites. Okay, so for slow learners that say that, oh, I'm a slow learner, I don't learn very fast, don't worry. We have designed a blended training delivery methodology that would definitely accommodate you. All right, and I'm going to show you, the look and feel of the classroom so you understand what I'm talking about. Okay, so basically, just have it at the back of your mind that in terms of whatever learning, how your learning disability or learning curve might be, you would have we have designed this particular curriculum in a way that it will accommodate you. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about is additional employability services. Additional employability services. Now, the key reasons why we have added this is very simple. The one thing, and that's what really helped us this year, and that's what would help us going into 2024, is the additional employability services. All right. I'm going to speak more on that, okay? And I will explain that better in the next slide because I have a slide on additional employability services. One thing you should have at the back of your mind is going through Teralytics, the whole essence for us is for you to get a job. All right. The whole essence for us is for you to learn and for you to get a job. You don't want to learn without getting a job because that's futile. The whole essence of you learning a new skill is for you to get a job. All right. Now, moving into internship. Now, this internship is designed to simulate real work environment. Real work environment. Now, going back from what I said earlier, we have an updated curriculum based on the fact that you have people that are currently working in the industry. All right. You have industry experts with hands-on experience coming to facilitate the sessions. All right. Now, these people have real life experiences. And what we have done is to take their real life experience, okay, and transform it into projects, industry relevant projects. Okay. Take, for example, you're in data analytics and you want to work on a project on, let's say, delivery time optimization, or like what Adesa mentioned earlier, fraud transactions, all right, fraudulent transactions, okay? These are industry projects that have been worked on, okay, based on what the expert have done in their own real life experience. Now, what we take that experience, we refine it into learning projects, and we use it for the internship and also for the curriculum. So majority of the projects you're going to be working on are all industry standard projects. Every single one is an industry standard project. So what we have done is just to simulate as much as possible. So every project you're working on is getting that wind of, an understanding of what is happening in the industry. So when you combine all these things together, okay, it will make you an industry-ready tech professional. So you've learned from an up-to-date curriculum. You've learned from an industry expert. We have embedded, the blended training delivery, to accommodate your learning style. We've added the additional employability services in which I'm going to expatiate more on. And we'll also have the internship program that will get you started. Okay. So when you combine everything together, okay, when you combine all this together, it makes you an industry-ready tech professional. Now, let's talk more about how we position ourselves, okay? How we position you for success in job markets, all right? Within this three-layered approach, all right? I'm going to discuss now how we position you for success in the job market in a three-layered approach that we have designed personally, all right? Now, let's talk about this. Level one, this is what we talk about the 6 aspects, which is CV review, LinkedIn optimization, Upwork optimization, navigating the job market, job and interview preparation, and recommendation and reference letter. Now, this is level 1. This is just the first level. Now, Adesa mentioned something very sacrosanct, which is you can be the best data engineer out there, or you could be the best cybersecurity analyst out there, or the best business analyst out there. But if you have a terrible CV, you will never get a call back. Like that's literally that's how the job market is, I would say is flawed. So you might be the best person, you might be the best candidate, but if you have a terrible CV, you will never get a call back. So you see people say that, oh, how I wish these people could just call me so I can talk to them. How I wish. And this wish would go on for years without anybody reaching out to them. CV review is very important because that's you in paper format or digital format. So, the average time a recruiter will look at a CV is between 6 to 10 seconds. 6 to 10 seconds. So if you're expecting a recruiter to sit down and read your CV extensively to find out how your skills are, will be relevant for that job role they are recruiting for, you will hardly find it. You'll hardly find a recruiter that will sit down and read your CV extensively. So every recruiter has within 6 to 10 seconds to review your CV and see if you're a match to a job post. We also have what we call ATS, application tracking software, that weeds out unwanted CVs. So there are times that you apply for a job, and immediately you click on submit, all right, and it loads completely. Within the next 1 minute, you're getting a rejection email. And you'll not be wondering, all right, is the recruiter waiting for me to send my application and instantly just send me a rejection? All right, you wonder these things, all right, because that's happened to me several times. Okay. So you start to wonder, how do I get a rejection email 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes after I apply for a job? All right. It's the ATS. So what the ATS has done is it has reviewed your CV, identified keywords that it is looking for. If that keywords are not your CV, you get an instant rejection. If this is this, go here. If this is not there, send a rejection email. And that's how you get a rejection email immediately. And you can start to pray, all right? That's, let this recruiter even just call me so I can talk to the person. Before they talk to you, you need to have a good CV. All right. So that's where CV reviews are very, very important. Now, moving on to LinkedIn optimization, we all know LinkedIn is the #1 place for job posting, to reach out to recruiters, to even, send cold mails and so on and so forth. Now, in order for you to have your LinkedIn optimized, all right, you need to understand that LinkedIn optimization works like search engine optimization. Now, if you go on Google and the best restaurant near me, okay, what would Google recommend to you? It will recommend the restaurants that are closest to you. All right. Based on that your search, it will give you recommendations based on that particular keyword you typed into the search engine. Now, if a recruiter goes on LinkedIn and types in they are looking for a cybersecurity analyst or a data analyst, would your profile appear? Would your profile appear as a potential client, a potential employee for that particular role? You're like, if your profile is not optimized on LinkedIn, you will likely not get, they will never get your profile as a recommendation. Now, that's where LinkedIn optimization comes in. Now, I'll tell you, about Ubong, one of the guys here in the UK, one of our guys that went through the data analyst, data science, what do you call it, training program. Now, this guy had just a few months left on his visa application. All right, he had gone through a year, finish or rounding up the second year post-work visa. And he went through the data science curriculum, okay. And after that, started applying for jobs. He reached out to myself, reached out to Adeza, told us that, oh, these are the things that are happening. He has not gotten a call back. He has about 4 months left on his visa. So on, so many issues. All right, that we got the guys working on LinkedIn optimization to work with him, optimize his LinkedIn, and within 2 weeks, Ubon got 3 job requests from PwC, from HSBC, and from one other consultant, I think it was Deloitte. All right. 3 companies within the UK just after LinkedIn optimization, just after optimizing just the LinkedIn profile. All right. Got 3 emails. They call it emails. I don't know if you guys get it. You will get it if you are currently receiving emails from what they call these people, from marketers. Okay. You'll get what we call emails. Okay. So he got these 3 emails about recruitment, and guess what? Within that same period, within I think a month after that, getting the emails, all right, he landed the job with HSBC. All right, currently worked as a data analyst with the HSBC in the UK, fully sponsored also. Now, these are the things that you don't understand, that have in place. And you keep saying that there are no jobs. There are no jobs. You have a terrible CV. Your LinkedIn profile is not optimized, and people are not reaching out to you, and you feel like the whole world is against you. But that's not the case. These are the things that we're putting in place to ensure that you get the requirements, you get all the things that you need, so that you are called. The next thing we're going to be looking at is Upwork optimization. So This is a platform that allows you to get remote freelance opportunities across the world. So if you are looking to, work freelance, this is the platform to be on. All right. So we'll do Upwork optimization, and the keyword there is optimization. So that if potential, project owners are looking to hire people, your profile will appear first. Okay. So those are the things that we do for you. Navigating the job market is a very, very critical part of the employability services that we render. All right. You as a beginner getting started, you don't know where to apply for jobs. You don't know how to apply for these jobs. You don't know anything about the job market. Okay. You are a novice. Okay. And that's where we come in, because we have the experience. We have the experience searching for these jobs. We have the experience applying for these jobs. We have the experience interviewing for these jobs. And that's exactly where we come in to hold you on how to navigate the job market. Now, you're in the US, you're in the UK, you're in Canada, you are in Africa, somewhere in Africa, in Nigeria, Ghana, anywhere in the world. All right. You're looking for getting remote jobs. You're looking to, you're looking for remote jobs. You're looking for fully sponsored jobs. You're looking for this, you're looking for that. That's exactly what we do during the navigating the job market sessions. Now, after you finish that, okay, we move into job and interview preparation. Now, you see all the things that all the services that we're rendering is tailored towards you getting a job. We've handled the curriculum. Now, after learning all this curriculum, key thing for you is to get a job afterwards. Okay. Now, after you have a good CV, you have your LinkedIn optimized, you know how to navigate the job market, you eventually now get a call from a recruiter to say that, oh, we're recruiting for a Scrum Master. All right. Do you want to? Can we meet? Can we talk? All right. Now, you've never interviewed as a Scrum Master before. How do you know how to prepare for that kind of interview? Okay. And that's where we come in to prepare you for the interview. Job interview preparation, very, very important. All right. So how do you answer the question? Now, if they ask you a question around, tell me about yourself. Okay. Oh, can we meet you? All right. Hello. Let me use somebody on the call. Oh, no, hello. Oluwatosin Unyilade. Can we meet you? How do you answer that question? Now, not to laugh at anybody, we've had people say that, oh, my name is this. We are 5 in our family. I studied this in university. I have a 6 A's in WAEC. I have this in JAP. People go on and on telling them about themselves, family-wise and education and so on and so forth. But how do you answer that question? Tell me about yourself. That first question that is being asked is the most essential question that sets the tone for the interview. So if they ask you that question and you go about ranting about things that are not important, you've lost them from the start of the interview. So you see that first 5-10 minutes where they are still getting to know you, where they want to understand the kind of person that you are, and they ask you that question, you need to use what we call the seat approach. Seats. Okay. I'm sure you guys will be asking, what is seats again? Which one is seat approach? Don't worry. That's what we use, all right, to get you a very high level, very executive, very professional, very high end, way of introducing yourself. Is an acronym called SEAT. And if you want to know more, register for our program. I'll tell you more about that. Now, another very good question they usually ask is situational based question. In the tech space, it's a situational based question they would ask you majority of the time. All right. Tell me about a time. That's what you call a situational based question. Tell me about a time you worked on a data analytics project. Tell me about a time you built a recommendation system. Tell me about a time you got a requirement for a very specific project. How do you answer a situational based question? Another one. Another acronym. I'll try another acronym to you. This is a very popular one. STAR. Okay? Star boy. Okay? Star girl. How do you answer that question? STAR. Now, this is a very common one, and I will tell you this. Okay? STAR is the situation first. What is the situation? What was the situation rather? What was the task? What was the action? And what was the result? So when you answer a situational based question, you don't just start telling, I remember one time Uncle Solo, the head of our department, you don't go through that route. You don't just freestyle your answer. Don't freestyle. It's strategic. because they expect you to answer in a certain way. And if you go there to freestyle, you have lost the opportunity. All right. So you see, these are all things that we have garnered from our experience over a day, almost close to a decade experience. If you had myself, Adeza, and all the facilitators experience together, you see you are getting a whole pool of experience and holding you through all these things in order for you to get the best results. Now, the last but not the least is recommendation and reference letter. Now, a lot of people will feel like, I don't need recommendation letter. All right. But I'll tell you, this is single-handedly one of the reasons why you need to go through Teralytics. Now, I'll tell you the reason why. Majority of these recruiters outside the country don't just believe people. Oh, I am a unicorn. And they were like, oh, okay, fantastic. That's good. This guy's a unicorn. He says he's a unicorn. That is good. Let's employ you. It doesn't work that way. They need somebody to stand in for you. They need somebody to say that, yes, I have worked with this person, and this person, over our experience working with this person has achieved X, Y, Z. Okay? And those are the things that you need to understand. As a beginner, you are working as a customer service representative at the moment. You're working in Wales, you're working in care, you're working in any other industry, and you're looking to transition into cybersecurity, Scrum Master. You've never done this things before. You've never worked as a data analyst, business analyst, data scientist, HR, finance. You've never done all these things before. Now, how do you get your current employer to vouch for a role that you've never done before? It's impossible. Nobody's going to vouch for you. It means that you will likely spend months applying and hoping that somebody will take a chance on you. Now, playing a game of chance in the job market is not very friendly. I will tell you for free. Okay? It is not friendly. It's very difficult. And those are the things that you need to understand. Now, what is the recommendation letter we are going to do for you? Very simple. All right. Now, you can claim work experience going through Teralytics. Okay. And we are an international training firm, consulting. We also have the consulting arm of Teralytics, where we offer consulting services to quite a number of organizations within the UK, within the Europe market, and also within the West Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa region. Okay. So we have quite a pool of experience, and that's our profile. So you gaining experience from Teralytics, you can claim work experience from us, okay? To say that, oh, when a recruiter reaches out to you and you're asking for recommendation or reference letter, you can get that from Teralytics. And we can stand in for you to say, oh, having gone through this, having worked on this certain project, and that is the reason why our programs are project-led, okay? Project-led. And I'm going to walk you through a typical classroom, and you'll see the number of projects you get to work on, from basic work projects to intermediate to advanced projects. You will get to work hands-on these projects, and you can use that to claim work experience, and then we can stand for you to tell you all these things. Now, this is just the first level, okay? Is that not interesting? It's interesting, isn't it? These are the first level of additional employability services that we render. Level 2, all right? Weekly mentorship sessions and on-the-job support. Weekly mentorship sessions. This is where myself, Adeza, and any other professional that we have within the team comes in to handhold you on several key areas. Okay. Now, when you listen to people that have been in your shoes before, and you can easily ask questions, there's this level of confidence you get, because majority of us have what we call imposter syndrome. I'm not good enough. I need to continue learning. I need to continue doing this. I need to hit the ground running. I need to, we have this imposter syndrome that we are not good enough. All right. But when you hear from other experts and they explain to you how they were able to transition with even half the knowledge that you have at this point in time, it gives you a level of confidence to go forward and do further. And, and even, go forward, a little bit of confidence to hit the ground running, apply for the jobs, and so on and so forth. And I'll tell you categorically, the mentorship sessions we have is one of the reasons why we have so many people that have lack of confidence earlier landing very, very good jobs across the world. All right. So mentorship sessions are very, very must have for you to know about in order for you to get started. Now, moving on to the job support. A lot of people are scared. If there's something we call imposters, okay? So you think you're an imposter. If you get the job, I won't be able to deliver on the job. But also we coming also on the job support, 100%. These are all the services. You're not paying an extra for any of the services. These are basically follow com services on the job support. Now we had this is let me tell you a particular experience I had with someone got a job as a data scientist with a company in Germany. Okay. Now working on this particular project, okay, they were working on they usually staff them on client projects. So it's a consulting firm. So take for example, the data analytics company gets a gig with, let's say, a bank in Germany. Okay, they will place a data scientist, a business analyst on that project, end to end, deliver it, and all that. So it was a data scientist on that project with the bank. And this bank was working on what we call, customer retention. Okay, they're working on the customer retention project, in which it wasn't, it's a project in data science, and it wasn't very confident. He had no experience working on a customer retention project. All right. And they reached out. Okay. All right. We had a call that evening, and we talked extensively about customer retention. We ran through different scenarios. I came up with a project, all right, a case study, all right. And we worked on that particular case study together. And guess what? This guy, okay, went on that project. Every time he had a roadblock, reached out to me, worked on that project, and he delivered on that project. And I think from there, he was able to get a recommendation from the organization he was placed on to say that, oh, this guy, okay, his name is Femi, okay? So Femi was the guy on the project, okay? And they gave him a recommendation based on that particular project he worked on to say that, oh, an outstanding staff, he was able to answer all the questions, he was able to deploy, he was able to do this, that. And those are the things that you get on the job support. That's just one of so many other, so many other testimonials that we have that we could also give to. So on the job support is very important. You're a beginner. You get a job as a business analyst. You've never done a particular project before. You've never worked on an SAP implementation project. You've never worked on a data migration project. All right. How do you expect to do well? That's the key question. All right. Even though we're going to go through all those particular things in the program, but confidence is another thing. Okay. And that's why we still offer the on-the-job support. All right. So when you combine all this together, okay, you have level 3. Okay. Our promise to you for going into the new year, 2024, our promise to you is a guaranteed job interview 1 month after completing the training with us. So we've added this, a little bit of guarantee. Before, we never add guarantees, okay? And it's very simple, the reason why we're having guarantee now, because we know what works, okay? All right? We know exactly what works, okay? So we have level 1, we go through all the things I talked about. Level 2, weekly mentorship sessions, number 8 is on the job support, and level 3 is our promise to you is a guaranteed job interview 1 month after completing the training with us. Now, interview doesn't mean you get a job, okay? But running through several interviews, if you go through 1-2 interviews, even most people, at least from my own experience, working with people with data analytics and even mentoring people, once you go for the first interview, and you don't get that, all right? Let's take, for example, the person doesn't get it. I can tell you within the next 2 interviews, most times within the second or the third one, they get the job. All right. The first one is usually like a learning curve for people. Okay. And within the second, third, and that's the reason why we said 1 month. Okay. So now if you've noticed our training curriculum, it's usually like 3 months. 3 months. Okay. So within a month means that you're just going through the rudiments, and then we can guarantee that you're going to get a job interview within the first month. If you don't believe, don't worry. We have enough testimonials that will prove you wrong. Okay. 1 month is our guarantee. Going through the training program, 1 month you will start to get job interviews, calls from recruiters telling you that they need you. And I'll tell you other reasons why we are guaranteeing job interviews going into the new year. All right. Now, growth internship is very interesting. This is where you get to work on more hands-on projects. Like I mentioned earlier, you can add the internship to your CV. You can add the internship to your CV, meaning that you can claim actual work experience going through Teralytics. All right. 1 month to own your skills. So if you lack that confidence earlier, okay, you're currently working, you want to get a job as a cybersecurity analyst, and you feel like you're not good enough. During the internship, you working on real world projects will give you that confidence booster to, go forward and do more and see how you can even get that job that you're looking for. So this is 1 month to own your skill, to fine tune your skills also. All right. You'll be working on an average of about 6 projects, depending on the curriculum, depending on the course that you go with. All right. So you'll be working about 4 to 6 projects during the internship. Now, the other part is project review with an expert. The reason why we have this expert in the room is basically for mentorship, to point into directions, what will work, what would not work, and how you can improve on certain areas of your skills. All right. So these are the things that you'll be getting during the growth internship program. These are the immersive session. And I'll tell you for a fact that it will boost your confidence, it will boost your skills, it will boost your employability skills, you going forward. That imposter syndrome that you have, you're likely going to lose it once you go through the internship and you see that, oh, I'm working on this project, I'm delivering on this project. Let me put myself out there. All right. And that's just the way it works. Okay. Now, new additions for 2024. All right. So going into this year, 2023, we wanted to get more Africans into the tech space. That's literally our goal from the first day we started Teralytics to today, to the future. The key thing is for us to get more Africans into the tech space. Now, what are we doing in addition to what we did in 2023? So we helped 850 plus people into the tech space from pastoring to getting their first job. What are we doing differently? What additions are we doing? Very good ones. All right. Number 1, a body mentorship hub. Okay. This is very interesting for me. I won't lie to you. And it should be interesting for you because you see, the moment you have somebody to rely on. So this is a body mentorship session where we bring in alumni that have gotten jobs. Now we have about 850 of them. Okay, for this year. Last year we did about 300 plus. Okay, and you see we are increasing of year on year. Okay, so we bring in this alumni. All right, in which we do a little currently, but we want to do a lot. We are building a system around people that have gotten jobs within Teralytics to unhold future people. All right, alumni are given jobs. Alumni that have gotten jobs in their chosen career path will serve as support system. All right, so they're going to come in to tell you that, oh yes, I was in your shoes last year. I never felt I could get a job as a data analyst. I was working as I was working in Tesco. I was working as this. I was working as a warehouse officer and so on and so forth. How can I get a job? So this body system basically handholds you, okay, mentors you, all right, and connects you with people that would guide you in the industry. This is apart from the additional services that we offer. We are also creating a body mentorship sessions or body mentorship hub to help you, network and meet other people that have gotten jobs in the US, in the UK, in Canada, in the US, and within Africa and so on and so forth. Number 2, enhanced internship experience. All right. So we are redesigning our internship program. Okay. The way the internship program goes will be redesigned to make it more comprehensive and transformative. Now, the kind of project you'll be going into the new year, the kind of project you'll be working on in the internship will be more more realistic, a lot more realistic. Even though the current projects that we have are very real, all right, but the way it will be designed, the way it will flow between all the career paths is what we are talking about. Now, currently, we still do projects that will involve the business analyst, the data engineer, and the data analyst, and the data scientist, all career paths together. So now with this new enhanced internship experience, we are building a more encompassing curriculum around our internship where you'll be building real life solutions that will be deployed into the industry. All right. The likes of building your own chat, your own GPTs, building websites, building applications, and so on and so forth. So you can actually tie your program to a solution. And those are the things that we're putting in place for the internship. Now, you see the internship, 2 months for data engineering and business analysis. Now, the data engineers will work for 2 months on a comprehensive end-to-end project with weekly deliverables, accountabilities. The business analysts will work on web application development projects, involving software developers, scrum masters, and other key stakeholders, data analysts, data scientists, cybersecurity analysts, and so on and so forth. So you see all these things, all right, is what we are putting in place to have a more encompassing, comprehensive, and transformative experience during the internship. So our internship is not just going to be the casual project by project every week. All right. This is going to be more immersive. All right. Taking you end to end, having a full on scope of what you do as a data engineer or as a data analyst or any other career paths that we're looking for. Now, the reason why we're going to be looking at guarantee interviews is we're currently working on partnering, or we're currently working on partnering with top recruitment firms in the UK, in Canada, and the US, alongside other countries in the world. So we're currently working on partnership with recruitment agencies such as Ace Recruitment, Robert Half, Avinash, Michael Page, Adecco, Manpower, Corn Ferry, Kelly Services, Tech Systems, and so on. And you know that these people exist within the UK, Canada, and the US job market. So what we're partnering for is to recommend our participants to this recruitment firm. So we are going to be like a pipeline. Okay. So you go through the training program, you have all the sessions that we've talked about, and we recommend. Now, recommendation is very tricky because anyways, it's very tricky, but that's where we bring in our services to ensure that you learn as much as possible in order for us to be able to recommend you. And that's why you see our programs are more encompassing, are more hands-on, are more detailed. All right. In order for us to recommend you for future promotions, for experienced role, not even entry level. Nobody's talking about entry level roles here. All right, experienced role for you to get that first niche into the first step into your desired career path. So these are the initiatives that we're putting into bear going into the new year. So we want more Africans in the tech space. How do we want to do this? Getting people confirmed, guaranteed interviews. All right. The more interviews you take, the more probability, the higher probability of getting a job. All right. So you see, we have a ton of what we call testimonials. All right. When people say that show your evidence, we get evidence. We have enough evidence, from getting jobs in different parts of the world to getting fully sponsored jobs to getting jobs, for people that had no experience, these people getting full-time jobs, full sponsorship jobs, and so on. So we have a lot of evidence. And we're definitely going to play this. All right. And you see, click here to listen to Ikmat. Listen to Benga, click here. Listen to Ramat, click here. You see quite a number of roles. All right. So you see, we have a lot of evidence. And let me see, we talked about listening to some of these guys. So I think which one of them would you like to listen to? Let me just ask you guys. All right. Which one would you like to listen to before we talk about? All right. Which one would you like to listen to? Let me see. Which one of the three, Ikmat, Benga, or Ramat, which one would you like to listen to? All right. So people are saying Benga, Ikmat. You know what? Let me play Benga first. Then I would go back to Ikmat. Okay. If we have enough time. Just quickly in 1 second.
Hello everyone, my name is Olaguju Benga. I want to share the testimony of
just confirm.
how I searched for my job and I was able to secure a very good job by the help of Teralytics. I was searching for a job for almost 2 years before 5 months ago, and I came across Teralytics on Instagram. I sent a DM and they were helpful. I enrolled in the data analytics course and it was awesome. I learned a lot about Excel, data analytics, Tableau, and using how to organize data and also to draw insights from data, how to build a dashboard, and also to write a report from conclusions of data. So I must say, Teralytics is the right place to learn how to be a data scientist, how to be a data analyst, how to be an HR analyst, and so on like that. they are always around, and they are always they have the best hands to take care of your needs when it comes to data. So I enrolled in the course, and even during the course, I started applying for jobs, and I started getting interview calls, and they were also available to explain and also give me preparation questions on how to approach these interviews and also to pass them. So I was able to secure and even get about 4 offers after all my interview sessions. So I must say that Teralytics have really been a great help to me, and I was able to secure a job of my dreams, literally. So thank you. Refer people, tell your friends about them, enroll today, and the sky is your limit. Thank you so much.
Amazing. You could hear him. It's not coming from our mouths now. 4 offers. Do you understand? For someone that has not gotten a job within 2 years, was able to get 4 offers. Okay, that's 4 offers. Now let's listen to Ikmat. All right, but you see the links are there. So I just clicked here. So once you get you have all the testimonials. You have a ton of them that you can listen to. But I'll just click on Ikmat for us to just listen to Ikmat also. Then I'll move into other.
Maltesers truffles, because we also love a good.
Okay, let me just mute that. Let's skip ad. Okay. So once the ads finish, play. Yes.
My name is Ikmat, and I was with the March cohort in Teralytics, and joining Teralytics has been the best decision so far. For me, someone coming from a background of full housewife, because I had to stay back home to look after my child for 4 years, and then wanting to break into something new, wanting to go back into the workforce, wanting to place myself in the society for better job opportunities. So it was a lot. And then I'm glad that Teralytics came along, and then they presented me with so many opportunities right in front of me, better opportunities. And then I'm glad I took it. And then also the advice of do not sell yourself short, that Effie is always saying, it is very, very valid, because place yourself right, don't sell yourself short. It's a very, very, very valid advice. In Teralytics, they will hold your hands like a child, through the modules. You have the opportunity to go back and study. You have the opportunity to go back and practice. You have the opportunity to ask questions. We have people you can always go back to, even outside of class hours. It's the most amazing experience so far, really. And then another thing is the interview prep, guys. That is another very important thing. I did my interview prep with Mr. Mohammed, and it is the best decision ever, because it was like he saw into the future. He knew what was going to be asked. And I'm glad that I wrote down all the things he mentioned. I went back to practice, and then when it was time for the interview, it was like everything he was mentioning, everything he mentioned, it was just, they kept on. And then when I was answering those questions, I was so confident, because I already practiced. I did an Excel test, I did a maths test, and then they were really impressed. And another thing is, guys, it may not come as fast as you expect. Definitely you are going to get some no's, and then you may begin to think you're not good enough. You are good enough, yes. The no's will come, but always take it as a basis for learning and development, because after every interview where I got a no, I always make sure I get a personal feedback. So I work on those feedbacks for my next interviews. And yes, it worked. It really worked for me, because I got my first job 3 months into the program, my first job. I couldn't take up the job because I was a student, and I was only eligible to work 20 hours. So I couldn't take up the job. 3 months later, I got 2 jobs with full visa sponsorship. And guys, all the other no's before the 2 jobs prepared me for the yeses I got. So yes, the no's will come, but do not give up, because you always have Teralytics to go back to. They are the best and the best thing that ever happened to me. And then yes, and they are the most affordable one I've come across so far, and that's a very good advantage. So Yes, Teralytics for the win.
You see, that's absolutely amazing. So you see, if you go to Teralytics YouTube, so we have a YouTube channel, all right? You could come here and you see testimonials, just click on testimonials, and we have a ton of testimonials like that. A ton. When I say ton, we have a lot, okay? All right. So you can come here, listen to all these guys, all right? And you see, you get a lot of feedback. And if you're following us on Instagram also, you'll see a ton of testimonials that we post here and there on our pages. So we have a proven strategy that works, okay, from learning to you landing your job. That's one thing. And going into the new year, this year 2023, we don't really guarantee in interviews and all that, but going into the new year, we are guaranteeing you going to the curriculum and getting interviews. All right. So we're doing a lot more strategic work next year to get you into your desired career path. So you want to become a data analyst, you want to get a job as a data scientist, you want to work as a business system analyst, you want to work as a business data analyst. These jobs are there. But the key thing is you see them, but you never get to, acquire those skills to get you the role. But that's what we're doing next year, and guaranteeing that you get those interviews. So our curriculum, the training program for next year is going to start on the 6th of January, 2024. On the 6th of January, 2024. So if you want to get a head start of the new year, you want to eat the ground running, you want to start the new year with a bang, okay? All right, this is the time for you to register. All right, so the training program is starting on the 6th of January, 2024. All right, so and this training program is all the training programs come with different prices. Okay, so and guess what, guys? We are running an early bird discount for everyone looking to getting started. All right. So if you're looking to getting started in data analytics, business analysis, HR analytics, financial analytics, and full stack data science, all right, the full amount in dollars is $750. But like I said, we're running a discount at this point in time. So you get a discount of $150 and you get to pay $600. Okay. Now, you could also pay in 2 installments of $450. That's the first installment of $450 to secure your position. All right. So this one gets you into the door. All right. Secure your position to be part of the class comes 6th of January, 2024. And the second payment comes 1 month into the training program. 1 month into the training program. Now, this discount is only available for the first 20 people for each program. All right. The discount is only available for the first 20 people for each program. Now, if you're going to be paying in pounds, okay, it is 625 pounds. And, in discount for the discount fee, in which you have the early bird discount fee, all right, it is 500,000 naira. Okay, and you can also pay 2 installments of 375 pounds, and you can pay the second installment of 125 pounds. Okay, and in naira, it is when you use the current exchange rate, because of the exchange rate, it's about 900,000 naira full amount. But for the early bird discount, you can actually pay 720,000 naira, and you can pay in 2 installments of 540,000 for the first installment, and you get 180,000 naira for the second installment. Now, bear in mind that all you need to secure your position at this point in time is the first payment. All you need to secure your position at this point in time is to pay the first payment. And also have it at the back of your mind that the discount is only available for the first 20 people. Now, the reasons why we're going, and if you're going into data engineering and cybersecurity, for those people that are interested in, going to becoming a data engineer and also becoming a cybersecurity analyst, all right, the full amount is $900. And currently, because of the early bird discount, we are charging $750. Okay. Now, the first payment, $550, and the second payment, $200. And bear in mind, like I said, the first payment is what you need to secure your position for the premium program starting on the 6th of January 2024. And if you want to pay in pounds, rather than paying £750, you can actually pay £625, and you can pay in 2 installments of $460 and $165. And in dollars and in naira, 1,080,000 for full amount, but because of the early bird discount, you'll be getting it for 900,000 naira. And you can pay in 2 installments of 660 and 240,000 naira if you want to pay in naira. Okay, so all you need to secure your position, like I said, is the first payment. Okay, and I'm going to walk you through or maybe Adeza will do that aspect, walk you through how you can make payments and so on. All right. Now, for the Scrum Master, okay, to become a Scrum Master, we have the full amount in dollars of $450, and you can pay in 2 installments. All right. Now, the discounted amount is $350, okay, and you can pay $250 for the first installment and $100 for the second installment. And in pounds, it's 325. Discounted is $295. You can pay £200 to get started, £95 for balance payment. And in naira, it is 540,000 naira. And in discounted amount, it is 420 early bird discount. And you can pay in 2 installments of 300,000 naira and 100,000 naira. Now, bear in mind that, like I said, this is only available for the first 20 people. All right, the first 20 people for each program, not for everybody. All right. So once you secure your position, please secure your position now. This program is starting on the 6th of January. All right. We are running the early bird discounts to get people into the class going into the new year. Now, if you want to become a data analyst, business analyst, HR analyst, financial analyst, data scientist, data engineer, cybersecurity analyst, and Scrum Master, secure your position today. All right. All right, so Adeza, do you want to come in to walk people through how to make payments?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do that. And then we'll take questions because I can see we have so many questions in the chat. Some people have registered a few months ago and so on and so forth. Like I mentioned, I responded to one of you. You are good if you've registered before. Again, the reason why it was very important that Ifemena walked you through is simply because you need to know the changes that have happened in the program. All right. So if you had listened, if you've ever joined our previous masterclass and you joined the masterclass today, there is a major difference. There is a guarantee of interviews. Okay. And the more interviews you get, the more your chances of landing a job, just like Ifemena mentioned. All right. And so many other additions Ifemena had listed as well. I'll walk you through, for those who would be interested in making payment, I'll walk you through how to make payments, and then we'll take questions from you as well. All right. So I'll just go ahead and share my slide. I'll just quickly walk you through that, and then let's take questions and then call it a day. Okay. So just everybody would receive the slides shared, presented by myself and Ifemena. And as soon as you get the slide, all you have to do is go to the link. All right, you go to the link that you have, click on the link, and I'm just going to do that shortly, and then we'll see where that takes us. All right, so when you get the slide, you go to this link, or you can also do this on the website. All right, you see the Teralytics. Yes,
your screen is it's your desktop that is showing at the moment.
Oh, my desktop. Okay, let me be sure I'm sharing the right screen. All right. Okay, so all you have to do is you click on this link that says mainstack.me enroll Teralytics. This is the Teralytics Enrollment Center. Okay, and all you have to do is click on this link. Okay, and it opens up into the Enrollment Center page. You have all the brochures for the program. Now, what you need to do is you have the opportunity to look at the nitty-gritty. What am I going to learn in cybersecurity? What am I going to learn in Excel? What am I going to learn in data science? What am I going to learn in HR analytics? And so on and so forth. Okay, so if I open up, let's see, for example, the data analytics brochure. Okay, all I have to do is come here and then I can see the brochure. Okay, I can go through all the details of the things I'll be learning, from Excel to Power BI to SQL, introduction to Excel, data manipulation, data modeling, the data analyst toolbox, and so on and so forth. All right. So you'd see the duration as well in bits and pieces, the roadmap, where you'd start, where you would end. It's a 4 months learning journey. All right. And of course, your classes are instructor led. Somebody was asking, oh, when will the training happen? Is it during the week? All our classes have happened during the weekends. Okay. Because the programs also have different delivery methodologies, they don't all happen at the same time. Okay, so what you need to do is go to the brochures and you see the time for the specific program you'd like to join. But typically, the programs are on Saturdays and Sundays. And for some of the programs, you only have your live class on Saturday, while some you have both on Saturdays and on Sundays. If we take the data analytics as a case study, the live class happens only on Saturday, and on Sunday, you get the Watch Me Do It videos, okay? But you have the opportunity to go through the brochure when you click on this link, all right? Now you want to make payments in pounds, in Canadian dollars, in US dollars. All you have to do is select the specific program you'd like to join. If you want to go for the Scrum, you have the link for you to make payment for Scrum. If you want to pay for data analytics or business analysis, you can either make the full payments or the part payments. Like if you said, the best thing you can do for yourself is to secure the discount slots. All right, secure the discount slots, and we'll work with you to help you transition into the tech ecosystem in 2024. All right, so let's assume I want to make the full payments. I click on the link. It takes me to the main Stack page where you can make payments. And the payment is very straightforward. All you have to do is enter your email, enter your phone number, and then enter your card details, and then you get to make payments. All right, so let's take, for example, so you have the fee here. If I want to make the full payment, I click on reserve a seat, and then enter your email, enter your full name, and then you go to the payment. So let's take, for example, I enter my email, enter my name, I go to proceed, and then I can enter my card details, my card number, and so on and so forth, and then I get to make the payment. If I want to make the part payment as well, I can also do that. So I click on first part payment, and then I can make the payments. So these are for people, or this particular link is for people who are joining from the US or want to make payment from the UK, want to make payment from across Europe, and you're not making payments in Naira, okay? So it's very easy for you to do that using any of this link. And depending on your location, you'd also get the conversion. So you don't need to bother if you want to make payments in euros, you want to make payments in Swiss francs, it really doesn't matter. You'd get the equivalent conversion for that, okay? So here, let's assume I want to make a part payment. You can only make a part payment because I'm in the UK, showing me the payment in pounds, all right? The conversion in pounds. I can only make a minimum payment of £210 to secure my slot. So you don't have to make all the payments at once because this makes it easy for you. You can make your first part payments now, and before the program starts on the 6th of January, you make the second payment to complete that initial payment. So I want to make 210, or let's assume I have enough money, I want to make 250. I just type in 250. That's how much I want to pay as my initial first payment, and then I click on reserve a seat. Enter my details as usual, and then I make the payment, and I get a receipt straight into my email, and I get into the class. All right. Once you have made payment, you get a receipt to your email. All you have to do is upload that receipt where you see upload your receipt here. Okay, so you would have to enter your name, your phone number, and all of those details that gets you into the group. So you get into the group, you become a member of the classroom, and then on the 6th of January, we welcome you into the class, and your journey starts from there. And of course, if you want to make payments in Naira, you can also do that easily All you have to do is go to the Naira card payments. It's Paystack. Paystack collects the payments for us. You just click on full or first part payments. This takes you to Paystack. Select any of the programs you'd like to join. Let's assume I want to join the full stack data science program. I click on that. Okay, and you can choose either the full payment or part payment. I want to make full payment, for example, or let's say part payment. I select the part payment, and then I click add to bag, enter the details, check out, and then I get to make my payment and receive a receipt. Once you receive that receipt in your email, just like the first aspect I showed you, just come back to this particular page and upload your receipts here. All right. So this is how you can get to make payment. Very straightforward. You also have access to the brochure. All the brochures of all the programs we've talked about today, you have access to the program brochures in here, and you can easily go through the different programs, see the nitty-gritty, the details of the specifics that you'd learn for each particular module. Okay, remember, the discount is for the first 20 people to register for each program. So the moment we get to 20 for data analytics, we close. 20 for data science, we close in terms of the discount. And what typically happens, and we've said this from January, we are currently in December. Within the first 5 days or less, the entire discount slots are gone. Okay, so you've seen somebody in the chat. I saw the message saying that, oh, I recommended Teralytics to my friend. My friend has gotten a job as a data analyst, but I'm still working in care. Okay, so the longer you delay to taking that decision to start, the longer you delay your career, progression eventually. So we're also going to have, I know we have so many questions. We'll take time to take all the questions you have before we call it a day. All right, so if you have questions, just use the raised hand icon, raise your hand, we'll call you up to speak, and then we'll take the questions that you have. Okay, we'll take the questions that you have. So if you have questions, just click on the raised hand icon and would allow you to ask your questions, and I'll be very happy to take the questions, okay? At the end of this session, because we know we can't take everybody's question, we'll have a one-on-one session, okay? And that's why it's important for you to fill the attendance form. So if you, and also be a part of the WhatsApp group. So if you have questions, you want to engage myself, you want to engage FMNA in a one-on-one conversation, I don't know what to join. Should I do data analytics or data engineering? I've been an accountant. I've worked in supply chain. I've worked in strategy. What's the best career path for me? Would help you take a decision by providing you with several options based on your specific situation at that point in time. All right. So we'd have the one-on-one session on Tuesday in the morning and in the evening, or in the afternoon and in the evening, depending on where you'll be joining us from. But just ensure that you fill the attendance form, ensure you're in the WhatsApp group, and we'll take all of this. We'll take the one-on-one from you. So let me start with the first question from Tolu Lokwe. Tolu Lokwe Orina, I've asked you to unmute yourself. Go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you very much, Adeza. Can someone working in the care sector take the internship?
Absolutely. Absolutely. At the moment, the internship itself is not isolated from the program itself. Okay. And the reason is simple. So we've seen over the years, for people that decide to only join the internship, we realize that they don't have the depth, they don't have the depth of the skills for that particular program. So let's take data analytics. They join in and say that I only want to join the internship because I have learned this somewhere else. The moment we start to give them projects, they struggle to solve those projects because they don't have the necessary depth of skills to get those projects done. And that's why we don't isolate the internship from the program itself. So for you to enjoy, to be a part of the internship, or to enjoy the internship, you also need to be a part of the program itself. Okay. I'm going to take, I hope I answered the question, Tolu Lokwe. Just let me know in the chat, and then I would if you have another one. But let me take from Toiba. Toiba, you have your hand up. I've asked you to unmute yourself. Please go ahead and ask your question, Toiba.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm currently a student, MSc Management with Data Analytics here in UK. And based on like what you explained as regards, I could see that seems my course is like merging both business analytics with data analytics. So here now, if I'm to like register for the courses here, which one will I, or should I just wait for the one-on-one session to discuss properly with one of you, or because I'm trying to like think which one can I like put in for as regards the ones you listed, even though the prices are a bit, although it is not expensive for what one wants to learn and what we want to achieve from it. But based on UK factor for students, it's a bit somehow. So
Yeah. Okay.
okay.
Do you want to go ahead? Or do you have another question?
Yeah, I have another one, but maybe I will wait till Tuesday. That will be okay. Maybe I will wait till Tuesday. I hope if I would be, if you will be able to answer that or any one of you, because currently the way my course, my program is stationed, we work more on like we do lots of assessment as well. So like working with different projects. So I want to like ask some questions on it. So maybe I'll just hold on for the one-on-one session if
Okay.
I can get someone to answer that.
All right. We're always here for you, Toiba. But one thing I want to quickly mention, between data analytics, business analysis, we can have that conversation during the one-on-one. But I'll tell you for a fact that these are two career paths that would give you a job in the UK in terms of high demand. Okay, in terms of high demand, you'll get a job. And for anybody in the UK currently on the call, I need to mention this. All right. There's been no better time to get into tech than now. All right. The UK is clamping down on so many other areas, and this would reduce migration in the coming years. 2024 would have lower number of people coming into the UK, especially from Africa. So what that does is it creates more opportunities for people currently in the country. So if you're a data analyst, you are a business analyst, you are a data engineer, you are a data scientist, you have more jobs available at your beck and call. And the easiest way for you to do this. So the interesting part, Toiba, is the jobs are there, but people cannot get the jobs. And I'll tell you why. Because they don't know what it takes to get the job. Okay. One very simple example, the gentleman I talked about earlier, he was out of job since February, couldn't get a job. I only needed to look at his CV to know where the problem was. He covered those gaps. He learned Excel, he learned Power BI, he learned SQL. As a business analyst, he learned those data analytics skills. One of the things I saw that he was doing wrong as well on his LinkedIn, told him what he needed to correct. We had multiple sessions together. And today he's working as a data analyst, all right, for a company in the UK. So most of the time, all it takes is how do you even approach the job application process, all right? When you have an interview, how do you prepare for that interview, the right type of questions, and so on and so forth. And that's why Teralytics is here to help bridge that gap. What we are charging for it, for the business analysis program, discounted £600. Working as a student in the UK, that's 2 weeks work. 2 weeks work that will transform your career forever.
That's the student working.
Yes, exactly what I'm saying. As a student, 2 weeks, you make the money. What I'm just saying in essence, Toiba, is looking at the bigger picture, which is what we always tell people. Ubong, that Ifemina mentioned, I talked about, that got a job after doing his LinkedIn and working on a couple of things. He got HSBC, he got Deloitte to interview him. His very first job in the UK, he started to earn £60,000 per annum. You're in the UK, you know what £60,000 is to earn that type of money. And how much did he pay to join the program? So, I mean, if you look at the reward vis-a-vis the investment you're making in yourself, it's a worthwhile investment. Somebody, a wise person once said, you invest in yourself, first of all, before you even start to make investment in other things. So I think if you join the one-on-one session, Toiba would be available to answer all the other questions that you might have eventually. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry,
So
just
welcome.
sorry, Anita, just to add to that, Toiba, you could actually secure your position, because
Okay.
something that most people make mistake with is they think that that discount is going to be on for till the program starts. That discount is going to go up once we hit 20 people. Once 20 people gets registered for that particular curriculum, it closes up. What you could do is to make payments for that particular course you want to go for. All right. Now, during the registration phase, when you are registering your payment, okay, you can select, I need to speak with an expert. Okay. I need to speak, rather than selecting a course, rather than selecting business analyst or data analyst or any of the curriculum, any of the programs you want to go for, you could actually just select, I need to speak with an expert, and that would secure your position in the training. So currently, if you're waiting till Tuesday, we can't guarantee that this position is going to be available by Tuesday. So secure a position now so that you can get registered for the training program. I just wanted to chip that in. Thanks.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much for that, Sophie. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Like I said, typically what happens, we have a session on Saturday. By Monday, Tuesday, the entire discount slots are gone. Now we have people coming to us to say, oh, Adaiza, please, Femena, please, can I still pay the discounted fee, and so on and so. It happened in November. I'm sure there are some people who joined in November. They are currently here at the moment, and we announced the changes we're going to make. And a lot of people are looking surprised. But I mean, looking at the changes and the value that we're bringing, we're also staking a whole lot on the line to ensure that for anybody who joins the program would get the opportunities and meet their own objectives for the reason why they joined as well. Okay, I'm going to take the next question from Gary. I think Gary has the next question. Gary Obaseki. Gary Obaseki, please go ahead with your question. I've asked you to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go on, please.
Okay, thank you. It's a very robust curriculum, and I think I'm very impressed. Even if the price is quite crazy for somebody like in Nigeria, but nevertheless, if I want to get payments across from other countries, how does it work? So that it will reflect that I'm the one doing it, even if it's coming from somebody else. For instance, say in UK or in US.
Okay.
How
All
would
right.
that work?
Very, very good question, Gary. So let's assume Gary is in Nigeria, but somebody's going to make the payment on behalf of Gary. Once the person has made payments, Gary, and they send the payments to you, okay? You have this link. The link is on the slide. The link is on our website. All you have to do is go to where you have upload your receipts, okay? Click on that. It opens up a form for you. When you are filling the details, fill your own details, not the person that made payments, okay? So for example, let's assume somebody has made payments on my behalf. I have the proof of payment. I enter my details. There's a Suleiman type of payment. I made initial payment. I click on next. I'll need to enter, okay, you receive a welcome kit. Click on yes, click on next. Okay. You've read the terms and conditions and so on. Click on next. And then, of course, you answer all these questions. Let me just select today's date. Then you upload the screenshot, the proof of payment. You upload it here. Okay. What was your mode of payment? Was it main stack? Was it pay stack? Was it a direct transfer? And all the details you're entering, your name, your phone number, your email should be yours, not the person who made. And so we know you are the one who would be a part of the program. If you get what I mean.
I get you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Darren. Thanks for the question. Okay, so I'll go to the next person. That's Jumoke. So Jumoke, please go ahead. I've asked you to unmute yourself. Let's take your question. I think we'll take about maybe 4 or 5 more questions, and then we'll walk you through the platform. When you join Teralytics, how would your learning experience be like? Okay. And one thing I want to say, Jumoke, before you speak, with the platform, you get to see how all your materials are available in one place. All right. So at the end of the class, you have the class recording, you have the class slides, and you can always go back as a reference to look at those materials. If you miss a class on a Saturday due to emergency, or you have work on that particular day, you have not missed anything really, because your class recordings, the slides, the case studies, everything would be available for you on the platform, and you have access to it. All right, I'll be showing you that shortly, but let me take Jumoke's question first of all. Jumoke, please go ahead. Apologies.
Oh yeah. Good evening, everyone. First I wanted to ask, like, if maybe you already have like a job and it's a new job, probably is like your first major job and a new role, and it has to do with analysis. You know, you're not necessarily looking for a job, but you need, you know, more knowledge of skills regarding that particular role. And there's a lot of names already. We have data analyst, business analyst, and all that. But then you can't exactly see any of the title you have, you know, attached to that particular role that you're working on. So I'm wondering, like the previous speaker, the lady said, would I wait for the one-on-one to like get clarity on that, or you can ask questions? So if somebody is like in an energy sector, should I go for data analytics or data sciences kind of stuff? And of course, maybe you do mostly time series analysis, or you know, all those stuff, some technical analysis as well. Maybe talking of anything that has to do with decarbonizing the building, and you know, those technical stuff, like, but even though you still have to analyze anyway. So I'm like, should I wait for the one-to-one session? And that's the first question I have.
Okay, all right. So if I hear you correctly, Jumoke, your question, it really doesn't, your industry really doesn't matter. Okay, and I'll give you a typical example. I've worked in the energy sector myself. I've worked in oil and gas. I've worked in power. Okay, and I was a data analyst within the energy sector. All right, we did a whole lot of analysis across different areas within the space. Now, in the same team, or on the same team within that industry or within the department, we had data analysts, we had business intelligence analysts, we had database administrators, we had data scientists, and we had so many other roles. All right. One of the major things to selecting a career path is looking extensively across all the paths we've talked about today. All right. As a data analyst, do I see myself as that person who wants to get data from the company, analyze the data, do presentations, talk about what I've seen, give them recommendations based on the insights I've generated, and so on and so forth? Okay. Or am I that person who wants to have meetings across the different departments or units in the company, sit down with the stakeholders, sit down with the heads of the departments, the heads of the units, gather requirements, understand what they need to help them optimize their processes, okay, and so on and so forth, as a business analyst? Or am I a data scientist who wants to take the data and help to forecast and predict what's likely going to happen? One of the major analyses I did was predicting consumers' demand for power, okay, because we had a company in the Genco, and we also had a company in the Disco as well, generating companies and distribution companies. So you need to know what the demand would be so that you know the number of units you're going to run to generate power to transmit to the customers that need to use that power. So it encompasses so many different industries. And that's the beauty of being within these areas. It transcends industries, it transcends sectors. You can work as a Scrum Master in energy, you can work as a Scrum Master in financial services, all right? Your tools and your skills are the same. The only difference is you then need domain knowledge. You need to now learn about the energy sector. You need to also learn about the financial services sector as well. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
Well, I have the other question. Thank you for answering. Probably ask question relating to that, maybe on the one-on-one section. So there is also a student as also studying like marketing management, because of course I knew about this program and I shared to my sister to also to partake in this program, and she's studying marketing management. So for someone like that is a student doing a master's, which program we should go for? Is it business analysis, or how will she like navigate that as well? Thank you.
All right. Whenever I hear marketing management, data analytics and data science have beautiful, fantastic use cases when it comes to marketing, because marketing is what drives organizations towards their customers. Okay. How do you perceive an organization? How do you see them? What type of pricing? What type of, platforms, places? How do you get to customers? And it all has to do with data. So today you have different types of marketing, digital marketing, and so on and so forth. Okay, so how do you now align marketing to strategy? In between is where the data comes in. All right, so either as a data analyst or as a data scientist, combine that with marketing, you are a superstar. Okay, where the difference can then come in, which one do I pick specifically? Now, with data analytics, I really don't need to learn statistics. I don't need to learn machine learning. I don't need to learn Python for programming, because some people would say, look, I've not at this stage of my life would I start to learn programming, programming languages like Python and so on. I just want to learn something I can apply and get done easily, and so on and so forth. However, if she's somebody who also doesn't mind learning Python, doesn't mind learning statistics, then data science is the way to go. Okay, most of the time people get scared unnecessarily. Oh, Python is going to bite me, so I don't want to go close to Python. But that's not the case. Most of the time you'd see that it's easy. All it takes is working with the right set of people, and that's where you have Teralytics come into play. All right. So if she looks at the two, my recommendation directly, marketing management, I add data analytics to that, or add data science, one of the two, and your sister would be a superstar. And for her selecting, data analytics would not come with the programming languages. It wouldn't come with the nitty-gritty of statistics, but that comes with data science. So if she's comfortable learning any of the two, then that's fine. Okay. I hope that helps, Jumoke. I can't find Jumoke anymore. I think you've muted yourself, but just type into the chat, Jumoke, if I answered your question. Okay. All right. I'll take Tunde Joseph. Tunde, I've asked you to unmute yourself. Go ahead and ask your question, Tunde.
Hi, Reza.
Hello, Tunde.
Good evening. How are you? How are you? How are you, everybody?
Very well.
I actually came in contact with you through Eddie, and that was an interesting session. And you had one of the interview, whatever you granted, and it was really, really interesting. A quick one. The thing is that I've been out of job for like a year now. I'm in Qatar. I worked in the bank before I worked in the bank for like 10 years before I moved to Qatar. And ever since then I've been doing my own business and everything. And when I got to Qatar, I worked as a quality QA/QC engineer on projects, for at least for the World Cup. Now the problem is, like, I've had my PMP certification since 2017. Recently, I just acquired my PSM as well in anticipation to get a job. Because Middle East is just Middle East. It's not West. It's not Western, as people see it. I try to tell people a lot. The difference between Middle East and Western and the Western world. Now, the question is that I'm caught in between. What should I do to enhance this and to be able to perform to optimal as a project manager or as a Scrum manager? And maybe is it business analyst or business business analyst or data analyst, or I should just go on with the Scrum master that I have the certification in. Then I just go with the internship. Then I move on from there. So I'm really confused. I don't know what to do.
Okay. All right. Very good question, Tunde. So just a quick one. How long did it take you to get the Scrum Master certification? What I mean is, how long did it take you to learn and then get the certification?
Actually, the truth is that I don't want to mention another name. I have a friend in UK. I don't know, maybe you might know the name. I don't know, maybe I don't want to mention him here because this is another platform.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. So I did a program with them for the Scrum but they use a Prince 2 system, Prince 2 methodology, on projects and everything as Scrum, to apply the Scrum principle, the Scrum methodology, which I did, and I got a certification from there, which I paid a huge amount, which was okay, and they gave us we did the hands-on experience as well. We have that one, but I've done this like maybe 2019 now or 2018. So going back to them now, maybe if I want to do my CV, I'm asking them for reference for since 2000. I don't know how that's going to sound. Then I first did when I did my Scrum PMP. I did it. I think it took me over 2 years before I could pass the PMP. Because I failed the first time, then I tried the second time before I passed it. Then for the Scrum, it took me for like maybe about, because I was working and I was doing other things, so it took me like normally it shouldn't be like more than 2-3 or a month, but it took me like almost 6 months. So I just did it last time. I just got the certification from Scrum.org this about 2 months ago. So because I'm trying to prepare myself for the Western, like I told you, either UK, Canada, or jobs, so that was nice. So now what I just really need now, don't forget I've told you I've done this Scrum processes and everything, with iteration, backlog, and all those things. I was assistant project manager on that, the lady from UK was the project manager. I was the assistant project manager. Then we have the business analyst, we have the PMO, we have all this. So I did all that. So now, but my fear is that I've not handled any projects before. So I'm thinking when I stumbled across you on this page, I'm like, okay, well, maybe these are young, more energetic guys and everything. Let's see what we can, So that's what I'm asking. I really need to know, because that experience is very, very key. Because I've not been able to get a job. They're not even it doesn't need even a call or maybe an interview. I know my CV is wacky. I know that one, and my LinkedIn profile is, So those are the things I really need you to. That was what I was thinking. I didn't even want to ask this question. I was probably thinking I could have one-on-one session with you maybe after this, which I will still do anyway. But for the purpose of the house, maybe you could, maybe a couple of people can learn, from there.
Absolutely. So there are two things that came to my mind based on what you said, Tunde. So now you have project management, you have the Scrum certification, and you've had this, within the past, I think for the past 3-4 years.
Yeah, I had PMP like four years now. I have PSM like just recently, but I've done the training for the PMP for the Scrum like 2 years ago as well. Yes, 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, before COVID. Yes.
All right. So two things you can do very quickly, Tunde. The first option is you have this and you just start to apply to jobs. You start to apply to jobs and try to land a job either as a Scrum Master or as a project manager. Okay, that's option number one, but that's not my preferred option. Now, option number two that I'll recommend for you is to find a way to tie everything together. All right. And the best way to tie everything together is look for a particular career path that has project management methodologies and also have Scrum embedded within it, which is the business analysis program. Okay. I don't usually advise people to just go do your CV, just go do LinkedIn. No. Okay. Because you need to have the comprehensive knowledge within the space you want to get into. And what would like to do with you, Tunde, is work with you as a business analyst where you would apply the different project management methodologies, what agile, waterfall, and so on, and also apply Scrum principles as well as a business analyst. You would also be learning data analytics. That's of module 1 in business analysis. So you have a 3-pronged approach for you to, enter the Western markets, like you rightly said. Okay, you can enter as a business analyst, you can enter as a Scrum Master, and you can also enter as a project manager. Okay, and while doing that, remember, you would also be what you work on your CV. We're going to help you do your LinkedIn. We're going to prepare you for interviews when you have interviews. So you have that all-round 360, support to help you land the job. That would be my preferred option for you. Option number 1, like I said, is you just go start applying to job, look at your CV, review your CV, tidy up your LinkedIn, apply to job, try to land the job as a Scrum Master or project manager. But option number 2 is what I recommend. Tie everything together with the business analysis program, and that gives you, better opportunities eventually.
I know really, as a business analyst or data analyst, it makes you an all-rounder. Like when as a project manager or as a Scrum Master, you're aware, okay, if the developer comes with this, or the business analyst come with this information and this, how it works and how everything. So nobody's gonna come and bamboozle. So and you'll be on top of your game because they know this guy really knows what he's doing, and everything. I know that, but now, dude, and I told you I haven't worked for like a year. So I don't know. I just want the quick winnings, Maybe I should just I don't know. Maybe I should have this conversation with you maybe after this class. So maybe I was just thinking maybe okay for I can't ask for free service. No, there's no free lunch in Lagos. So maybe I should just do this the pay for the Scrum Master. Then whatever you can see maybe one-on-one when we talk and everything, you can see how you can come in. So do you understand? So, as if with the Scrum and the hands-on experience and everything, then maybe that would be a quick winnings. That's my thought.
All right, that's okay. That works, Tunde. So my rationale for selecting the business analysis is because you'd have the opportunity to work for 2 months on 2 end-to-end projects. Okay, where you be a business analyst, build it. You have developers building a web application, and you would be the one to project manage that, project eventually. So being out of work for about a year, like you said, that gives you more time to have hands-on experience, and that gives you the confidence that you need going back into the workforce, really. I came back here because I was trying to highlight this gentleman, Gbenga. If you had listened to Gbenga, you'd hear when he said he was out of work for 2 years. So we knew we had to do a lot of work on him, okay? And it wasn't something that we would tell him to do in just a month, all right, or just in 2 months. So he joined the data analytics program, which lasted for 4 months, and we took time, constructively building him up. And eventually, when he landed his job, he got 4 different offers, and he went for the best one that gave him the opportunity to work remotely and also earn fantastic salary. So being out of work for a number of years really doesn't matter, but you just need time to do what? To build yourself back up, learn the skills you need to learn, especially to give you the confidence that I can actually do this. And that's the project you get to work on eventually. But we can have the one-on-one, like you said, and, iron this out, effectively.
Maybe you initiate that after this last one. Maybe anytime, just keep me in the loop. Let me know what's
absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for the question. All right. So What I'll just quickly do before I'll come back to you, Ademilola. Okay, so Ademilola, I'll come back to you to take your question, but let me just quickly walk you through what the platform looks like. Okay, so you register, for any of the Teralytics program. What would your learning experience look like? Where will it start from? Okay, so let's go to, I'm going to open up a classroom very quickly. All right, and I'll show you what the classroom looks like. Okay, so when you register, we confirm your payments, you receive your welcome kits. The welcome kits would contain all the things you need. So data analytics, for example, I need to download and install Excel. You have that option. You have the links and the guide on how to download and install Excel, Power BI, SQL, and so on and so forth. Okay, now let's look at what the business analysts are doing for those who joined the November cohort. So that's very recent, okay? So you'd notice that we have the EU and we have the NA, okay? EU for Europe, NA for North America, all right? And what does that mean? That simply means we have two different cohorts depending on your region. So if you are in the US, you have a different time zone. You are in the UK or you are in Nigeria, you have a different time zone. So you can't possibly be in the same class that starts at 11 a.m. All right, because 11 a.m. in Nigeria is about maybe 5 a.m. in the US or 4 a.m. So we don't expect you to join a class at 4 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so what we do is we have classes that start for those in Nigeria and the UK, across Europe with similar time zone. And we have another class for those in the US, in Canada, and in other similar time zones. So let's look at the business analysis and let's see what they're doing. So you register, okay? You join the platform. So I'm just going to click on classwork and then I'll scroll all the way down to the bottom, okay? So this is in November, guys. They started their program, I think, on the 5th or 6th of November. I can't remember the specific date. They started their program, okay? So when you join, you have the welcome to the business analysis program where you have your welcome kits, like I mentioned, which contains all the details, the materials, how to download your tools, and so on and so forth. You have how to install, all right, for Mac users most especially. So Mac users would need specific guided instructions on how to do what? Install Power BI. So you have all of that. And then you have an onboarding session to kind of ease you into the program. And then you have your very first Excel class, okay? Now, the classes are project-based. You have project-based classes. So right on your very first day, you have a project that you're going to work on. And I'm going to show you this project very quickly. The guys in the November cohort worked on this. So this is a case study for Glow Gadgets, all right? It's a real-life case study. The facilitator had worked, one of our facilitators had worked in this organization, not the same name, of course. We modified the name and also codified the data so that you can't directly tie the data to any company or any individual, okay, for data privacy. So converted the real life experience into this case study. So you would read the case study and then work together with the facilitator to solve the problem and solve that problem in class. And you add that to the project that you have worked on. So you do your Excel class 2, all right? You also have the case study 2 that you'd work on. So every class is case study based, practical, okay? So this is for ABC Retail. And here you are meant to do what? Understand the customer preference, improve the cart conversion, okay? Explore time-based trends and enhance the search and browsing experience for the company. So these are the objectives for this particular project. Now, to make this more amazing, all the classes are recorded. So once this is the class recording, so after every single class, the recording is uploaded in here. So if I click on this, it takes you to what happened in class. So you get to see the recording. If I click on play, you'd see the class happened, number of the people that joined the class, the recording, all the interactions, and so on. So if you missed a class, you've not really missed anything. I'm just going to pause it for now because of time, okay? So you have the class recording, you have the class slide, and you also have, you have the data sets, okay? So if I've missed this class, all I need to do is come back here click on the data set, you see the data set, you download the data set and follow the recording of what happened. And all the way, if I scroll up, you have assignments on your Excel, you have a case study presentation. As a business analyst, as a data analyst, presentation skills is very, very important. You need to know how to present. You need to know how to share your findings and your insights. So you have the presentation on Excel. And this also gives you that confidence that, look, I have done this, I did it myself, and I can speak and talk about what I've done. So we have our mentorship sessions every week. So you can see mentorship session 1, the power of personal branding. So you start with Power BI. And of course, just like the Excel is case study based, you have case studies for each particular class. So you can see the case study for your Power BI class 1. So it's a case study for Marks Corporations. And of course, you walk through the case study, solve the problem, and so on and so forth. You have assignments on this, and you also have a case study presentation, okay, where somebody like Tunde, somebody like Jumoke would present in front of the class, okay? And we get to ask questions, people get to ask questions, and you get to defend what you've done. You start, you do your SQL, and of course, you can see all the mentorship. I want to speak about the drop-in session very quickly. Now, you join the class on Saturday or on Sunday, depending on the program, if you have a live class on Sunday. And there was something you did not get or you did not understand while the class was going on. The drop-in session happens during the week where your trainer, your facilitator will be available for you. Okay, so all you need to do is you schedule a time during the week and somebody would join a call with you. So you're not figuring things out yourself. You have somebody on the call that will work with you to help you solve the problems you have during the drop-in session. And it's also recorded. So for those who might have similar challenges or similar problems, they can watch the drop-in recording and get that sorted out. Okay, so you have your case studies drop in. And if I scroll all the way to the top, you can see the LinkedIn optimization session where you'd see and you'll be taught how to optimize your LinkedIn profile, a practical session. Again, if you missed it, the recording is available for you at any point in time. So you can see the project initiation and so on and so forth. Now, if you have an interview, all you need to do is come here, okay? You see the interview prep / clarity session. You click book an interview session and you click on this and you get to fill a Calendly form, and this schedules you for an interview preparation. Let's assume my interview is on Friday. I select Tuesday, so I have enough time to prepare. So I click on this, 6 p.m. is available, 6:30 is available, 7 p.m. is available, 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. and I click on next. Enter my name, enter my email, and then I enter the detail of the job description, the title, the company name, the interview date, and then I schedule my interview. You'd receive a link to join the interview prep session, while your facilitator would also receive that same link. So this is how the classroom looks like for all the programs. You don't miss out on anything. Everything you need is available for you. Now, the most recent mentorship session we had this past Thursday, last week Thursday, I beg your pardon, this past Thursday was on what tech recruiters look out for. So we got a global tech recruiter to come in to speak to all the participants and show them the nitty-gritty of what they need to consider and also take note of when applying to global jobs within the tech ecosystem, all right? And that's the beauty of being a part of Teralytics. Okay, so I'm going to take maybe 2 more questions and then we wrap it up for today. So I'll take Ademilola and then I will take Crestil. There's somebody with an Arabic name, Ibn Saleh. Okay, but let's take Ademilola. So for those of you that don't know, yes, I can speak Arabic. Okay, so Ademilola, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Adeza.
Yes, Ademilola. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I just want to, I'm not calling you out. I just want to know the support you guys give your students, even after graduating, because I know you have so many students. I just want to know if there's anything you offer to your students to ensure that, I believe it's not all of them that will get job at once, but how do you support them?
All right, very good question, Ademilola. So we have, if you listen to what when Efemena was presenting, he mentioned Efemena mentioned how we are partnering with tech recruiters. So this is a new initiative that we are looking to jump into. Now, the major reason we are doing this, apart from the benefits for the current participants, for the alumni, those that have completed the program, to form a pool of talents that we can provide these organizations that are currently looking for this particular type of talent. We already do this, okay, but we do it on a personal basis. Adeza, Suleiman, Efemena, but we want to institutionalize it so that organizations reaching out to these agencies in Canada, for example, everybody knows Robert Half, one of the biggest recruitment agencies. You know Hayes if you're in the UK. So we are partnering with them to ensure that when they want to search or get a business analyst for any company, they come to Teralytics. Now, this is a new initiative. Going back to current initiatives we've had in place all through 2023. Number one is on-the-job support, all right? And all the things, the interview prep is still open to you anytime you need that support, okay? We've had people who joined us in 2021. They have interviews and they're saying, look, I have this interview. Can you help me? Can you work with me? We make ourselves available for them to prepare them for the interview, okay? Now, for somebody who has also gotten a job, you've completed your program, you are done with the program, but you've gotten a job, and in that job, you need to solve something that you have no idea on how to do. We work with you because we want you to remain and keep the job and even move on to greater things. So we work with you on the job to also help you get that. And once in a while, we also bring in different resource persons to speak to you about immigration issues, how to navigate the job market, depending on your specific region. For those of you that know Law of Canada, we brought to Law of Canada. We've also brought some other founders and co-founders of tech startups to have conversations with our alumni as well. So these are some of the things we currently do. But the major one for us, which would also be a game changer, is this, that Efemena talked about, the recruitment partnerships that we have coming up for 2024. Okay, I hope I answered the question, Ademilola. All right, I think because of time, we're going to call it a day at this point. The next cohort starts on the 6th of January, like we mentioned. The best thing you can do is take advantage. Even if you're going to join the one-on-one session that will come up on Tuesday, take advantage of the discount, make payments, get registered. And when you come to see us on Tuesday, you're a little bit more confident that you still have the discount slot secured. And we can then advise you, oh, should I do the Scrum or should I do the business analysis? Where will I get the best value from? And we're going to work with you to help you address that. Okay, let me take the last guy because I think I said I was going to ask. So Ibn Saleh, please go ahead and ask your question. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Adiza. Okay. Fortunately, I'm just joining this program for the first time. I'm getting to know more about analytics. But I want to know, for those of us that are here in Nigeria and trying to also make up the fee, are there provisions that when you're able to make maybe 50% of the training fee, that we can be given the permission or the chance of starting the program? Then as the program is going on, maybe we provide something like a certificate or something to show that the balance will be paid. Then if we cannot afford to pay the whole money right now, maybe when the program is going and you know that, okay, you're actually expecting a particular fund during the program, then you can pay up the balance during the program. Are there provisions like that?
All right. Very good question, Ibn Saleh. So I'm just going to mute you because I think there is a background noise coming from somewhere. Okay. Now, if you need to reach out to us for that particular request, is a special request, Ibn Saleh. But if you want a plan, a payment plan, specific payment plan, or I want to, stick to this particular payment plan, just send us an email and I'll share the email with you shortly. It's enquiries@teralytics.io. Okay, but I want to show you so you can just pick it out yourself. Okay, so enquiries@teralytics.io. Just send us an email. Okay, or send us a message to any of these numbers. All right, send us a message to any of these numbers or send us an email and tell us what you want in terms of the payment structure and the payment plan. And if it works for both parties, would make that available to you eventually. Okay, so for anybody else on the call, you want to reach out to us, you have a question, you didn't get the link, you didn't get the recording, you didn't get the slide, just send us a message. Okay, send us a message on WhatsApp and you get a response almost immediately and you get your questions answered. Now, I can see there's so many hands up and we can't possibly take all the questions because time is fast spent. Ademola, Crestil, Atobatele, you'd have to forgive me, okay? Chris, Angel Chooks, Austin, Shams, so many people have questions, all right? So what you can do is be a part of the community, the WhatsApp community, okay? And you'd get, once you get the recording, as long as you feel the attendance, you get the recording, you get the slides, you get everything, and you'd also get a link that says schedule a one-on-one session. Okay, that session would happen on Tuesday. It would happen 2 p.m. West African time in the afternoon, and also 11 p.m. if I'm correct in the evening. And would get to meet with you. If you can't join the one in the afternoon or 2 p.m. in the afternoon, if you can join the one in the evening, and then we'll have a conversation. You won't have as many, too many people on the call as you have now. So you have fewer numbers and it's easier for us to take all those questions and have a more individualized experience for you. Okay, so please, I'm going to share the number again if you didn't get the number. So just take down the number, send us a message, send us an email, be a part of the community, follow us on all our channels, Instagram, Facebook, X, our website, follow us across everywhere, and we'd be very happy to engage with you. Okay, would you allow me to call you on? That's not my WhatsApp number. This is, so you get a customer success associate interact with you. But if you request for a one-on-one, they'll definitely set that up for you. All right. I think we'll call it a day at this point. For everybody that has stayed up until this moment, would like to say big thank you for being a part of us. Take advantage of the program, get registered. 2024 has to be a tremendous, fantastic year for getting into the tech ecosystem. For us, myself and Efemena and Teralytics as an organization, our mission for the last 3 years, and which we are also doubling down in the year 2024, is to bring in as many Africans across the globe, in the diaspora, in Africa, to bring them into tech. Okay, and that's our mission. So if you're interested in getting into tech, this is the best place for you to get your journey started. Okay, follow me on LinkedIn. I'll be very happy to connect with all of you as well. Ife, you want any parting words?
Not much. I think you've covered everything already. So if you're looking to getting started in the new year, like we said, we did it 850 plus people this year, and we're looking to do more next year. And that's the reason why you notice that we're offering a lot more services in terms of personalized. So everything we're doing this time around is more personalized. All right, bringing in alumni, bringing in everything so that we can get you the job that you're looking for. All right. So there's this guarantee you're getting now from Teralytics, so that if you go through the training program, you're getting interviews and all that. So you need to understand that that comes with a level of expectation from our own part. And also we are working on very strategic collaborations, partnerships with top recruitment firms across the world. And you should know that if we are working on this, it means that we're incurring some level of cost. And that's one thing you guys you need to understand. And at the end of everything, when you look at it on the grand scheme of things, when you get a job, all right, earning as the minimum you'll be earning, maybe let's say £40,000 in the UK, and you're earning something like $60,000 or 70,000 Canadian dollars. All right, when you do the conversion, that is not even up to it's not even up to 1 month salary what you're investing in yourself. But a lot of people are stuck on that initial phase of let me invest in myself. All right. So you need to understand that investing in yourself is the greatest investment you can actually make. All right. So you see a lot of these guys that are getting jobs now, that invested in themselves this year. You know, people got jobs of over 40, 50, 60,000 pounds in the UK. For a 60,000 pound salary, every month you should be earning nothing less than 3,200, 400 pounds every single month. All right. Now you're earning 3,000 pounds every single month. All right. With sponsorship and all that. Do you think that person is going to be thinking of an investment of 600 pounds in himself or 500 pounds in himself? That's ridiculous. So most people are stuck on that initial fund, that initial investment in themselves. All right. So I personally have invested in myself, and that's the reason why I can stand in front of you and explain certain concepts to you. All right. And that's the same thing that Days has gone through. We have all invested in ourselves. So if you're looking to invest in yourself to say that, oh, I want to do this in the new year, this is the best time for you to invest in yourself. No better time, all right, than now for you to invest in yourself. And we're doing so much next year to guarantee you getting that job. All right. So those are the things that we're putting in place. We're taking a risk to say that we're going to guarantee you interviews, all right, from across the world. Those are things that we are doing to get you into the industry. All right. So make that first step to invest in yourself. If they tell you guys come and invest in MMM, I'm pretty sure you guys will invest in Ponzi schemes that guarantees you 45% increase. You guys would look for the money to do it. I'm not saying it's just the case of you investing in yourself. All right. So when you consider all these things and you go through the recording again and you look at all the services, the curriculum, up-to-date curriculum, and all the things that we said we have done to get you what you're looking for, trust me, even if you do your market survey and you look around, we are still very affordable in the market. Looking at what we are recommending and what we are doing for you. So, that's the pattern, what I would say. Invest in yourself. Nothing is too expensive when it comes to you personally. All right. So thank you guys. I'll be looking forward to working with the people that have registered. Quite a number of people have sent me personal messages that they've registered. I'll be looking forward to working with you. And if you're still trying to make up your mind, please make up your mind as soon as possible. The discount is only available for the first 20 people. And like Adeza has reiterated several times, maximum Tuesday, you get a lot of people that have filled up those spaces. At the start of this session, we had over 500 people in the call. We're still going to send them emails. Some people dropped out because of internet issues or light or battery or whatever the situation is. All right. So you want to secure your position as quick as possible so that you can also benefit from this training program. And trust me when I say I can beat my chest anytime, any day, that you will learn as much as possible. Training here is personalized. All right. So thank you very much, guys. Really enjoyed myself today. I'm sure you enjoyed yourself. If you enjoyed yourself, could you drop a 1 in the chat? Let me see the guys that are enjoying themselves today. I'm sure you guys enjoyed yourself, y'all. You're still on the call after 4 hours. I'm sure you guys enjoyed yourself. No doubt about that. So thank you very much, guys. That's it from my own end. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening, guys. Cheers, everyone. Adeza?
All right, thanks very much, guys. Ademola, I think I saw your direct message and somebody said they need my glasses. Come on, you can have the glasses. I'll be very happy to give it to you. All right, Ademola, I also saw your message. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend, guys. And I hope we get to see in the main class, January 6th. And we'll be very happy to work with all of you to help you get transition into the tech ecosystem. Bye, guys. Have a wonderful weekend. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers.